Does anyone else want a little bit more Spice Wars in 2026? Well, welcome one, welcome all. We are live today. We are live streaming the first, hopefully not last, Dune Spice Wars tournament of 2026, run by our good friends over on the Circuit, the Dune Circuit Discord. I think we've got about $100+ on the line for the tournament. We are in a round of 16. We've got 16 players on the line, signed up and ready to go. We'll be playing one group stage match, and the winners of that will move on to a finals match. And then after that, we will crown our first champion of 2026. Very exciting. So for this match, we are in pod number 3 here. There are 4 pods running, another pod running. You can look up Cream the Legend streaming on Twitch. There's also TMB, who I think is also Twitch streaming. They are streaming their own pods. You can go check them out. Ahoy hoy Yorn, welcome. Welcome Meow Wars, everybody. Welcome to the chat. Woo woo, Dune. But we are in pod number 3 here. We've got Sand Tiger, aka Beach Cat, over on House Corrino. We've also got Freypie on the Fremen, Hellhole Rat on House Harkonnen, and Miko41 on the Smugglers. Ought to be a good one. Ought to be a good match. I know a handful of these players have been playing a fair bit. A lot of the old guard, a lot of the names you recognize have been taking a bit of a break, so I think there's plenty of players who are still a fair bit rusty. James thought it was yesterday. I was waiting all day for it. I'm so sorry. No, it was today. I feel like I was fairly clear that it was on Saturday, but who knows what happens. I'm also unmoored in space and time, so it's always a struggle to figure out what day it is and what time it is. But you made it today, so that's the good news. Woo, looks like pretty standard meta stuff across the board as far as I could tell. Beach Cat's over here with Princess Urulon and Hasimir Fenring, very standard Corrino stuff. Mother Amalo, Stilgar for the Fremen, very standard. Uman Kudu for the cheaper or the faster unit recruitment. Peter de Vries, Peter, I've never quite known how to say it. I feel like I've learned and forgotten since then, but Peter, Peter's slightly non-standard, but pretty good in a competitive tournament condition. Just for the permanently reducing mission costs, you can really drive that up to some insane values so that you could cripple people with constant spam of really, really tough missions. And over for our smuggler friend Miko, he's got the standard Stakhanov, really the only sort of mandatory-esque smuggler, and then also Staban Tuik, who is +1 Underworld Headquarters, kind of boring, but he's fine. Stakhanov's great, and then everybody else is kind of gravy on top for the smuggler. Smuggler's super strong. Vries, Peter de Vries, I believe that. Pitter? Is it Pitter or Peter? Is my question. Pitter is what we're gonna go with for the short term. Peter de Vries. Let's evaluate our map here. We've got some interesting desert spawn here. We'll start with Beach Cat over here, aka Sand Tiger. I don't know what he likes to be called. I know him as Beach Cat. Beach Cat, a staple of the community for some time. I remember when he was just a beginner, just learning, but has played an awful lot of Spice since then, and is absolutely a contender these days. So if we look, he's got his starting spice. Up to the north, there's an additional spice. There's a spice towards the mid and a spice down toward the smugglers, but all of those are a bit of a stretch for him. He ought to be able to grab this one up north, and then, you know, this middle one might be a little out of reach. It would be very easy for the smugglers to grab those themselves if the smugglers want spice. Sometimes smugglers play a very low spice game and they focus entirely just on special regions. You can see he's already come out and grabbed Sandfall super fast, and his Stakhanov would be a little bit undercut if he picked up the spice next to it. So maybe the smugglers will not grab those spices. Smugglers do have their own worm nest down there. We'll talk about that later. Let's go back to Corrino. Let's check specials. So he does have a number of good specials by him. We've got a Mundu Veil here, which is not a good special, but it is special and ought to be pretty firmly within Corrino lands. Over here we've got the Imperial Basin, Plus recruitment office, not too bad, and it's on sort of this critical entryway, this gap in the desert. You got a deep desert above you and a deep desert below you. And you could do, I guess probably the bunker doesn't quite work, but regardless, they're gonna get this one here, for sure, 100%. And then above them, they've got acid lakes, which is a great one. Everyone loves the acid lakes. And even a little bit more above them, acid lakes, spice field, then Crescent Ridge, and then another spice field next to it. But now you're starting to get into Harkonnen territory there. So some really interesting territory up above them. I feel like as Corrino, you'd be really tempted to maybe like drop your base here in order to secure 2 special regions adjacent, but doing so wipes out really your second spice field, which is a bit of a economic kick in the balls, but that's still a promising place for a base drop. You can always see a central base drop, one here might give access to a spice field and allow him to contest mid and still sort of protect this sort of cutoff point through here. Maybe a forward base drop. A southern base drop? I mean, you could see a base drop down here on this other spice field that allows them to maybe contest smuggler territory and also secure Mundu Vale. No, like, really great spots, but a couple viable ones. So we'll see what the base drop looks like. Let's move along, though. Let's move along. This better have been all random players. These players, we went through a faction pick order, actually. So Freypie got to pick his faction first, and second pick was Freypie picked Fremen. Second pick was Hellhole, who picked Harkonnens. Third pick was Miko on Smugglers, and then fourth pick was Beachcat on House Corrino. First Council online. Sisterhood involvement, always a fun one. Everybody likes an extra Bene Gesserit agent. Water subsidies, Chome subsidies. No one cares about Chome subsidies. It's a little nice for the House Corrino, who starts with Chome shares. Water subsidies has the minor houses, so it's likely to pass. Who's most likely to get that? There's probably Smugglers. They've got some troops right here already, so if it passes, they could very easily march right up and get it. They're already in the midst of probably pillaging this. And we had quick votes. Water subsidies fails. Corrino no. Houses Minor voted it down. Harkonnens were trying to upvote it, but Minor Houses said nope. 128 votes against. Bene Gesserit is rejected as well, thanks to the Minor Houses. Nobody used any of their votes. Nobody voted for anything. It's weird. Support for Corrino on Chome subsidies. All right, we said Corrino liked that. I feel like. Okay, I mean, I guess we don't have a lot of votes in the lobby. Smugglers start with 0. Fremen start with 0, so not a lot to go around. Not the best game for Fenring, only Harkonnen gifts to steal. It's true. There won't be a lot of house gifts around, but Fenring's still always good. Just being able to take anything off the map is good for sure, even if it's not those juicy house gifts. Hell yeah, nice Admiral, more Dune in your January. We're going to be putting some Dune around. We ought to have a lot of Dune today. If you're interested in some Dune, today we're going to be deep in the desert. And hopefully we'll find some more time this year to bring some extra Dune back into everybody's lives. It's 2026. The world's gone to hell in so many ways. The least we could do is have a little fun with some Dune Spice Wars. Let's check out the Harkonnens. What's a Harkonnen star look like? I guess we could check real quick. We'll check village traits over here, see if there's anything notable for the Corrino, because it's sort of extra impactful for Corrino. A little extra money here or there. Well, it's all pretty bad. And then these are kind of junk villages. Nothing that's shocking me with its traits. That one's kind of nice down there, but it's not adjacent to the base. So nothing amazing for the Corrino as far as traits work. For Harkonnens, pretty decent actually for their first spice field. You like good traits in your first spice field because it's the first thing you pick up. Local sourcing is great, a little extra cash. Hard workers is great, a little extra production for everybody. Welcome everybody. Glad to see you all joining. We got lots of viewers today. Everyone's itching for the spice. Their spice addiction's clearly getting to them, and they need a little bit more in the system. Second building, actually also really good. Extra resource production on your plascrete and 40% cheaper buildings, which is super nice early in the game. Really gives you a nice savings on your plascrete. And he's picked up a second plascrete region down here as well. All in on the plascrete for our Harkonnen friends. So they're on 1 spice, easy 2 spice, easy 3 spice, potential 4 spice, though you're starting to get into maybe the Fremen are very likely to want this desert. So that could be a very contested spice down there. Oh, that reminds me, we don't have any fuel cells for the Corrino. Oh, no, he does. He has 1 set of energy sources. Okay. He can make do with that. Corrino would like a bit more than that, but 1's at least something. I thought it was empty over there. We got a research station up here. It should be real nice. We got some fuel cells for the Harkonnens. Special-wise, they've got Observatory Mountain, which is great. Potentially access to the Crescent Ridge if they want to skirmish with Corrino over that. A lot of just general territory, which the Harkonnens love. Harkonnens a very pillage-heavy faction, so they just love access to a lot of villages to burn down one after another. And this is a lot of very sort of tightly packed territory, so really strong economic opportunities for the Harkonnens to just go on a pillaging parade all day long, every day. And also they got a lot of good resources in here too. There's Plascrete. There's Abandoned Imperial Station. You've got rare elements up here. You've got energy here. Energy somewhere else. I thought I saw it. What's this just pillaging over there. So pretty good spot for the Harkonnens. Observatory Mountain, potentially Crescent Ridge. Definitely the Great Volcano, which solves all of your fuel cell problems. But also, you know, the Fremen love the Great Volcano is the Fremen's absolute favorite place in the world, thanks to the plus 100% ceremonial caves effect, which is just a 10% across the board more power for your whole army. That's pretty dope if you are a Fremen player. But that is pretty deep in Harkonnen lands. It would need to be a lot of aggression for the Fremen to get up there. But it's a thing that Fremen do, aggression. Also, there's 2 fuel sources for caves around this desert, even more sort of inciting our Fremen friends to try for this deep surround. This desert surround is crazy. Fuel source, fuel source, fuel source, spice, spice, spice. 4 spices, 3 fuel sources, and a rare elements around, but for surrounding this desert. I mean, if there wasn't enough impetus to try to get the deep desert surround already for the Fremen, it's pretty nice. The other option is they could do this western surround, maybe. A lot of good stuff here. You've got Worm Nest, Spice, Special Region, and this big mountains means that counts as a surround, so you don't even need to necessarily get straight into fisticuffs with the smugglers for it. Oh, nope, I'm sorry, this little piece right here connects to Smuggler Land, which would be right next to their base, so they'd never let you have that. So I would say the bottom desert's almost out of play, and the top desert very much in play. But before we move on, all in all, we like the Harkonnen lands for sure. Yeah, strong agree, the Harkonnen territory is in the strongest shape. They got a lot of land to work with, which they like, and a lot of just good stuff in it. Probably 1, 2, at least 3 special, and from there they're gonna have to fight to get a 4th for sure. At least 2 special, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We do already see the Fremen just painting the desert yellow as they are marching west around here. We'll see how that goes for them. Harkonnens seem like they're headed a little more westernly because there's so much good stuff around them. They could really go any direction. But by prioritizing going sort of northwest first, they are kind of ceding this southern territory to the Fremen here. Go chome Fremen victory. You'd love to see it, but that is one of the rarest of rare opportunities. Fremen almost never chome. Fremen almost never governor. It happens though. It happens. Welcome everybody. Hype for the Dune, the deep duning. Woo woo. Good to see a lot of familiar names. Sean Smith and Nar and everybody in the chat. Love to see you guys. Thanks for jumping in. Lands Red number 2 is on the line. We are on the 11th day of the 2nd month. Scientific Congress is a pass. Extra military speed for everybody. Infrastructure control for the Harkonnens, just barely beating out Corrino thanks to entirely to the minor houses swinging at Harkonnen ways. That's a big coup for them. Minus 50% building cost is huge early in the game. It really gives you a nice tempo speed up. Smugglers get the Imperial propaganda for a little extra authority. And they got it again, courtesy of the minor houses. Minor houses really... really swinging a lot of these early game votes. I mean, I guess the minor houses have 300 votes here, and Harkonnens and Corrino only have 100 each, so the true power in the galaxy, the houses minor. It's pretty funny. You don't see that too often. But Harkonnens will be very happy with infrastructure controls. Smugglers are reasonably happy with a little bit of extra authority. And it does look like they are already on the worm nest. That is the least surprising thing I've ever seen. Worm nest. And then I would... they really want a third special, which could be the Polar Sink, but obviously the Polar Sink is super exposed. It's probably like the largest sort of aggro-inducing thing in the game is people seeing with Polar Sink. Polar Sink or maybe the White Rift, but I don't think we have a White Rift in this map, not that I've seen yet. We see any Davok last-second diplomacy schemes today? Not today, not today. I opted out of playing. I could have played, but I said I'd rather just rather hang out with you guys and do a cast of the game. So, no last-second diplomacy. And you know, the diplomacy didn't even win the game for me. It just screwed over the guy I didn't like. So that's a reference to, what was it? The last time we were playing, I was in a blood feud with the Smuggler player, and the Smuggler player was set to win the game on the spice tax. And at the last second, I sent him a trade deal asking for some of his spice, and he wasn't paying attention, and he clicked agree to the trade deal, and ended up sending me the spice that he needed to pay his spice tax. So he did not pay his tax in time, and somebody else paid their tax and jumped ahead of him in the line, and he lost. Which was probably the funniest thing that has ever happened in a Dune Spice Wars game. To me, and to everyone else. We'll never forget it. It was great. Second only to a tree falling on my house in the middle of a game, but that's the old lore. Oh my lord, we do see the Fremen army marching north. Just as the Harkonnens are here trying to get some pillaging done, the Fremen say no thank you. We do have a Harkonnen reinforcements here. Could come up though. There are only 4 Fremen units, there are 6 Harkonnen units, and the Fremen are tough, but you don't beat numbers like that. The Fremen do back off. They just kind of caused a little bit of trouble and then backed off. Okay, let's evaluate our Fremen friends down here. Fremen down here, Frey Pai, Mother Ramallo, and Stilgar. Super common picks. Mother Ramallo gives you intel and authority for harvesting teams. Stilgar lets you ally up all the sieges and just gives you blanket plus authority. Super common, absolute meta picks for Fremen. And we are seeing the March of the Desert Surround probably sooner rather than later here. Frey Pai seems very intent on this surround, and as well he should be. We talked about how valuable this terrain is here. How many harvesters do they have out right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 harvesting teams already on the field for the Fremen. Pretty wild by month 2 to be on 5 spice. Fremen pulling in 102 spice a day, 71 for smugglers, 51 for Harkonnens, 37 for Corrino. It's a lot of spice, and at a 2.2 rate, it's pretty decent. That's some decent Fremen cash there. Fremen sitting on by far the biggest bank and the most income. Income will be a tricky thing because so much money is derived from pillaging, Harkonnen pillaging and smuggler pillaging. So, spice income doesn't tell the whole story economically. There's a lot of opportunity for the smugglers to get a lot of money here. Likewise for the Harkonnens, but pretty solid frickin' start for the Fremen. And we do see yet another territory falls to the Fremen. Only 3 more, 2 of which are spice fields, 1 of which is a rare elements, talking about economics. But they are, you know, the Fremen already have teams on these spice fields, of course. One of the great benefits of being the Fremen is you don't even need to have the territory to have spice fields on it. But he is, of course, taking it because he wants that deep desert surround. And let's check our tech here. Just a reminder, our Fremen tech is Heir of Arrakis. Plus 20% authority, production per controlled deep desert. I don't know why my tooltip's dying here. Controlled deep deserts grant all neighboring villages 2 additional quirk times 2 for their quirks, or plus 2 instances of each of their quirks, and 20% more militia power. So the big benefit is, 20% more authority. That's pretty nice. But every one of these villages will have their quirks in them. These things, plus 10% resources, plus 3 Solari per economy building. Once he surrounds this deep desert, it's going to be 30% resources and 9 Solari per economic building. So again, it's just a gigantic economic boost, shot in the arm kind of thing. And because these are all like incredible production territories for making money and resources and stuff, it's going to be even more valuable, actually. This is a really, really choice Fremen spot here. Yeah, good point. The Fremen did not go deep red early. The Fremen opened with a very deep green because he rightfully identified that he wanted a quick desert surround. So you go up quick through native customs and outpost logistics, which gives your own village authority penalty reduced, so it just makes it cheaper to annex stuff. Calamity, some spices, thanks for the content. Thank you, Calamity, man. Do you ever get a hold of Cream to talk to him? If not, I appreciate the donation over here. I really appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. But yeah, we're seeing, Fremen in here, doing great. What is going on here? There's a random Corrino Fremen mercenary who is pillaging that. I don't even understand what's happening there right now. We'll have to check that out in a minute. We've got a third lands rat out. Research investments, probably pretty good. We've got everyone, at least for these first several months, seems fairly economically minded. So that's probably nice for just about everybody. Lands rat investigation sucks. It doesn't really do anything. No one cares. Foreign recruitment might be nicely paired with everybody. Last month everybody had the faster red tech. This month we have faster or cheaper manpower. If anyone was looking to build an army, speaking of armies, around 45 for Corrino, 39 for the Fremen's smallest army in the game. They're just working on annexing land, 39 of 45. Harkonnen's already up to 52 of 55, and Smuggler's on 45 of 65. So yeah, a random Fremen mercenary came over here, started pillaging this Fremen territory. He immediately gets jumped by a couple of warriors and a skirmisher, so he's gonna die, but I bet he was picked up by Hasamir Friending, probably grabbed a point of interest over here that gave him a soldier, and he was just causing some mischief with it. Special wise, Fremen have a white rift right below him. There's the white rift. We didn't see it at first. White rifts are pretty great. In these sort of tightly contested competitive games, having a region with double craft workshops can be, it's huge. It's huge. Can't be overstated how impactful that is, especially for Fremen, who are extremely incentivized to be a hegemony type victory. Hegemony. It's hegemony, not hegemony, although both are kind of fun to say. Hegemony. So happy about more Spice Wars content, always a favorite. Yeah, well, thank you. We got some Spice Wars. There'll be some other content. I've been playing a lot of other games, so we'll throw up other stuff. If you don't like watching Age of the Ring, that's fine, but I'll be playing it anyways. Nothing else down south. There is a potential for them to pick up the space wreck here, which is also big. The Fremen have a fantastic spaceship. Are any of these specials? No. So we're on potentially 2 specials for the Fremen, which is not super great. Not super great when it comes to the old hegemony, but there's a lot of territory for them to work with. Currently everyone's very close. Smuggler's actually in the lead, believe it or not, just because they're sitting on a couple of special regions. We see Smugglers on a +4. That Smugglers get +1 hedge per day based on their underworld headquarters. So they are setting up underworlds around. So we see an extremely resource-rich Fremen with just some really fantastic territory around them, but they are light on the specials. Misa like Pi wants a base check. We can do that. Fremen currently on 2 out of 3 reds. A blue, a research center, a bazaar, of course. Recruitment center, command post up. He was building something, but just canceled it. Up on the Harkonnens, a little bit behind. Command post going up. They do have recruitment center, research center up, administrative hall. Over on our Corrino friends, going blue. Embassy and research center up, completing their 2 blue. Administrative hall and intelligence agency and Landsrad quarters. A little greedy to put these down here and not just complete your triple blue right away, but I suppose it's fine. The double blue is a nice benefit as well. 3 influence and 2 and 3 influence and 5 intel is a huge one. Don't need specials when you're swimming in money. It's not true. You do actually still need specials, but swimming in money is nice. Yeah, Gov Rush Core, says Mesa. Could be. I mean, in an extraordinarily not political lobby, you know, out of all the great houses, the Harkonnens are one of the least political. Fremen, obviously 0 votes. Smugglers, only 50 votes, but famously a very high influence production. But, you know, House Corrino on, what, 400 votes or whatever they are, could definitely have a chance to sway things their way. Nice to see people still playing Spice Wars. Wish we could see some ECAS. I know, I'd love ECAS are probably one of my favorites still as well. But I think meta-wise, it's mostly agreed that ECAS are probably the weakest house when it comes to high-end play. They're just relatively easy to see what they're doing and to stop it, I guess, is probably, I mean, it's a little more nuanced than that. But ECAS you don't see a ton of in these high-end competitive lobbies. Corrino you see all the time, Smugglers you see all the time. Harkonnens you see all the time, and Fremen you see all the time. Not to say that Atreides are still great. Atreides are super strong, but they are a slow steamroller kind of play. Vernius you usually only see with dedicated Vernius experts, like our friend Misa in the comments right now. But yeah, we'll see. I don't think we have a lot of Vernius players right now. Yeah, and I'd be shocked if we saw ECAS. This is vanilla. This is not a modded game at all. Yep. Okay, final analysis. Let's take a look at the Smugglers, and then we can move on to more of a play-by-play kind of thing. Smugglers, of course, sitting on the Worm Nest already. Picked up Sandfall already. He was forced to grab this little energy source in between here, which sort of ruined his Sandfall Stakhanov income, but that's fine. You do need an energy source because you need to get your scavenging drone online. This fella here, your scavenging drone from your organized looting, and then your industrial scavenging for reduced upkeep and things. Super economically important for smugglers. Been a while since you've played. Interesting to see Vernius fall off. Vernius actually is better than ever, honestly, but he's still really difficult and requires of strong knowledge of the game and of Vernius in general. We saw Vernius do extremely well in the 2v2 tournaments. Vernius Smuggler tag teams were very strong. And we've seen Vernius win tournaments as well. Vernius is in a pretty good spot. Has some notable weaknesses, but that's why you need really strong knowledge to play them well. We have a super aggressive grab far to the east of the spice field picked up by the Smugglers. And immediately we see a lot of Fremen wandering down south. The Fremen who are invisible, of course, because they've already picked up Desert Watchers, making them invisible in their own territory. Before that inevitable conflict, though, we have another Landsrad. Private Mandate is huge for Smugs or Harkonnens. Smugs are going to be a little busy with this at the moment, so Harkonnens would love to pick this up. Harkonnens and Smugs about the same votes. Harkonnens slightly ahead. Corrino has not finished their triple blue yet, so they're still on only 100 votes, but have the largest influence bank. Judge of the Council online. I imagine Corrino wants it just because it's nice to have. Guards and judges are underappreciated for sure, but pretty good for Corrino because they tend to be in a defensive stance in a late game scenario. We'll see. Trial of the Great Houses. You know, Fremen would love for that to pass. We could see all the Fremen votes on that, and other people might not commit to it. Just a nice way to sort of slow down everybody's roll on the Landsred stuff. We do have Hellhole Rat asking to have a second for a game pause. And apparently we're on a low timer as well. We're not on a long timer for Landsred. So stuff will be snappy. It'll keep moving. Welcome everybody. Happy to have you all here. We got a great game going. We're about to see what. Let's see. Let's check diplomacy real quick. Are these guys? Is anybody friends? The only friends we have is a non-aggression pact between Corrino and Harkonnens and smugglers with a research agreement. So, low diplomacy game. When the Atreides aren't around, nobody wants to be friends. That's fair, Calamity. It's fair. I wouldn't buy crypto for cream either, but that's the way he likes to do it somehow. This overlay is neat. Yeah, it's a great spectator mode they made for us, actually. Okay, game is unpaused. We are progressing through Landsred. Private mandate for the Harkonnens. That's huge for them. House Corrino does take the judge for themselves, and opposed by the smugglers. The smugglers really don't want to go into the pits. I'm a little surprised we didn't just see the Fremen dump all their votes onto that. They would have won with the help of the minor houses. They threw 30 votes on it randomly? That's strange. So we do not have peace between the Fremen and anybody. So we do expect the Fremen probably to come down here and start a fight. But this is a chunky army of smugglers. And we do have an airfield coming up immediately to provide reinforcements. Army-wise, oof, Smug's on 65 command points, only 46 for the Fremen. That's not a great sign. That pretty much means the Fremen are going to get dumpstered if they want to try this, and hopefully they can count. These guys are so stacked on top of each other, it's kind of hard to even tell how many are there until you zoom in, but it is a whole-ass smuggler army. And the Fremen look like they are falling back. We do see transports come in and take the smugglers away. Okay, this is not exactly a fortified border or anything. We do have a missile turret up on the Fremen side of things for a little bit of defensive work. And another missile turret going up here to do a bit of a bunker situation for the Fremen to sort of hold their border against the smugglers. Not often do you see the Fremen blink in an early game conflict, but that smuggler army is chunky. We didn't see any last minute diplomacy there. Nope, nobody made any treaties or anything. Fremen really want to finish their desert surround. They did step over and grab the space wreck, and they did come down and grab the White Rift. Make sure they have those locked down. Plus 13 for Corrino. Okay, that's just Corrino has their Emperor's Monument online. So they are now into the plus 300 votes. So next time we get a Landsred, it ought to be a Corrino dominated all the way through. Surprised no one made friends with the Fremen? Yeah, I mean, the Fremen haven't been particularly aggro. You know, the real danger with the Fremen is they tend to build up an army first. So while you maybe have like 6 units rocking around pillaging stuff, suddenly the Fremen roll in with like 10 units and burn everything down. But because they were so dedicated to getting that early desert surround, they kind of gave everybody else enough time to build up their armies, right? Again, Fremen at 46 of 55, both their neighbors, Harkonnens and smugglers, at 65 command points, basically. Full chunky armies to work with. Misa thinks it's a Corrino win for specials and goving. It does feel pretty... and we did see the northern base drop, just as we suspected. It wipes out your spice field up here, but it does lock down, mostly lock down, these 2 special regions here. The Imperial base, it can't quite reach this special, you know, right? The missile turret only comes out to here, but just having a point of reinforcement and a point of defense you could fall back to means you could attack and control and reinforce this point pretty well. A lot easier than the Harkonnens can, though they could do a bit of a bunker situation here. Not so much here, but a little bit. There's pros and cons for both sides in this potential conflict. The village is slightly Harkonnen favored, but boy, you don't want to fight into something where you could have like siege drones back here covered by the Imperial base and they could be shelling you. Harkonnens are going for it. They timed it nicely. It just fell off of their being pillaged. Are they going to try and grab it themselves? I think they ought to. They really, really ought to. Corrino army is out of position. It is down south burning down a siege. As well it should be. You never leave sieges alive if you've got Fremen in the game. It both denies them, you know, forward positioning and also stops them from trading, I think. Yep, Harkonnens are annexing up here. Gonna prevent at least one of these special regions from going Corrino. Corrino's still sitting on 3 then, rather than 4. Which is good but not great. I feel like Corrino could have some economic issues. Indeed, we see them at negative 53 income at the moment. Everybody else quite wealthy. Anybody buying any Chom? Our Chom market, pretty boring in the Chom market. House Corrino starts with 50 shares. Harkonnens have bought 80 shares. Everybody else just sitting on their wealth. Strange to see month 4, basically nobody has bought Chom shares, so we don't expect it to be a Choman game. Despite people having plenty of cash in the bank. Sounds interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, game support for the game is non-existent at this point. The developer has announced that it is considered feature complete and nothing else will be developed. And we don't properly have mod tools, but we do have a tiny modding community who has like a little multiplayer balance patch out, which is some great stuff, but it's tricky because it's such a small community to begin with that splitting the player base at all is like, you know, you're dividing 0 by 0 here practically. Come on, Fremen, buy those shares. I mean, it's wide. The Chom market's wide open. If you want to be buying shares, let's see, what's the purchase price is 96 times 20, so it's what? It's 1,800 to buy 20 shares. That's pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable. It's going back up now. The market, of course, fluctuates based on the amount that players are banking or selling in spice. If players are selling a lot of spice, a lot of their spice, the price of Chom shares goes up because the Chom business is doing well. If people are banking a lot of their Chom shares, the price of the Chom goes down. Chom shares goes down because the Chom market is not seeing as much stuff moving through it. We do see 192 spice on the field from the smugglers now. One spice there, a worm nest there, and then one they stole over there. But, you know, they've got 2 spices under Stakhanov influence, which is huge. Another Landsrad, and this will be Corrino's to do with as they want. I suspect they want an Eye of the Council here. Gear regs on all factions thanks to the Imperium Edict as well. All factions gain Landsrad standing. We're seeing a strong political push. Corrino already up to 350 in Landsrad. Everybody else is so low they're not even really eligible for stuff because you need a certain amount of Landsrad to be eligible for things. Corrino would really like to spend a bunch of their influence here so that they could have hit the requirements for Speaker of the Council, because they would like to get Speaker of the Council, and they did indeed. They dumped it all and they bought themselves Eye of the Council for extra agents. Pretty decent. Gear regs does not pass. All Landsrad standing does not pass. Looking pretty Corrino favored politically, and they have themselves some very nice defensible territory. A well-experienced army. We've got Wensisia here. The classic Wensisia these days is just incredible amounts of conscript spam, though we have a fair bit of Sardaukar mixed in here as well. But sometimes you see Wensisia played with just like literally nothing but conscript rifles, and they just rely on sheer number DPS to try to burn stuff down. That works better against some armies than others, but in this match I think it would work quite well, actually. We are seeing what looks like probably a very mixed, probably meat shieldy kind of meat armor for for the executioners in the Harkonnen army. So they're looking to get guys killed, build up the stacks of the meat armor on the executioners, and have the executioners kill stuff. We do immediately see that this is getting bunkered up. Missile turret here. No missile turret here yet, but I would expect one pretty soon. Harkonnens pushing into the middle. They have grabbed themselves 3 spice, which is okay. But I feel like the quantities of spice that you've grabbed is not really relevant if nobody's buying chome with it. So Harks have bought up to 10%, 12% now. I guess they've realized that if literally nobody's buying it, it is a good thing to do. The easiest chome victories are when nobody else is buying any chome shares. Wish we could see chat between players. Yeah, we can only see that they spoke with one another. I think you could see public chat, is that true? I can't really remember. Yeah, we could see public chat, so like Hellhole says he needs a sec, so we could see anyone all chatting. We just can't see the private chats from them. Harkonnens spoke with the smugglers is all we know. Desert surround complete. We got a nice yellowish Fremen Empire over here. Woo, that's a lot of stuff, a lot of resources there. He's got so much territory actually. All of these villages are don't have any buildings in them. He hasn't had the plascrete to actually build anything in him. He's sitting on 1.2k plascrete. Build some stuff, my man. Build. He's got 3 red, 2 blue, 1 blue in his main base. Harkonnen's on 3 red, 1 red. Gonna go with a 3 yellow and a 2 blue eventually. He's working towards it. He's opting for a chome branch, so he's leaning economically. He thinks that might be his win con, or at least a viable backup win con. Are the Harkonnens attacking? It sure looks like they are. We got an army down south. Do they have an airfield here? They do. Corrino has an airfield, and the Harkonnens are going in. They're base rushing the Corrino base, getting horribly chopped up doing it because we have a double missile turret bunker back here to guard it. And it is tearing the Harkonnen army apart. And the Corrino's going to clean up here easy. Big danger for Raban here. He's got to run, and he's probably dead anyways. Is he going to get gatted down by conscript rifles? It sure looks like he is. Executioners run back in to try to buy some time. They do buy a little bit. Gunners body block Raban. Raban, run for your life! I don't think he's going to make it. Nope. Raban is dead. That is not worth it for our Harkonnen friends. Corrino looking very strong. Might be able to take this special now on the back of that. The Harkonnen army is fully routed, and they did not have enough defenses in place. They didn't have a backup turret here. They didn't have a turret down here. And they're paying for their hubris. Hellhole Rat delved too greedily and too deep, and our Sand Tiger jumped on him. Very solid play here by Beach Cat. When you have a missile turret shooting at your army, you send a single unit to fight the missile turret, and that keeps it from doing AoE damage to your big blob. You know, Harkonnens did a nice job actually of killing that guy, but some really good play from Beach Cat here. Impressed with how he's grown in these years. Oh, we do have smugglers. Okay, so the lobby is in on him. We've got Fremen marching across the map. Do we have friendship? We do. We've got non-aggression between smugglers and Fremen, non-aggression between Harkonnens and Fremen. So it's just everybody versus Corrino at this point. The writing has been seen on the wall. Liberation coming down from the smugs here. We've got a supply drop. That's a smuggler supply drop, so the Fremen are going to do something else for their supply. Fremen are pushing a little further in. Corrino... Ooh, they do get toxic gassed up here, toxic vapors from the Harkonnens, meaning they gotta get out of dodge. They kind of still want this annex though, even if you're losing a lot of your life. And indeed, because you step out of it, it turns the missile turret back on, which is not what you want. Harkonnens flying in, they never took down... Okay, the airfield was up here. So the airfield is not taken down, but the Harkonnens aren't going to be able to do anything trickling in like this. What it is doing... Ooh, we got a whole bunch of Cerberus. That might be spicy into these conscript blobs. Yeah, we're starting to see, you know, the Corrino being forced to fight in this toxic vapors is very bad for them. And indeed, the Cerberus are cleaning them up. Yeah, and we saw Wensicia go down, and mostly a wipe on Corrino. Very bad news, because they needed that army to deal with the other armies in their territory, or at least to ward them off a little bit. Now they are not getting this grip. Good play by the Harkonnens. The toxic vault there, and then just sort of... I was going to say the trickling troops in was no good. It wasn't particularly good for the Harkonnens, but it's good for the lobby as a whole because it buys a lot of space for the Fremen and the smugglers to clean up Corrino territory down there. You need Nefud for these kind of shenanigans. Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely a sacrificial human wave attack. Very Nefud coded there. I guess it's fine. The Harkonnens kind of break even on that. They get their, I mean, they lose their hero, which is very bad. And they lose their army, but their army they can rebuild relatively quickly and easily. But ultimately it turns out to be a bad trade for Corrino, just by overstaying their welcome. Speaker of the Council now online, just as we suspected, and there's really nothing anybody can do about it. Fremen and smugglers are capped out on their influence. I guess both of them together could be slightly above House Corrino. Maybe they could stop them. All factions gain CHOAM shares. Just the CHO market is desperate for people to buy shares. They're just giving them away for free. All factions suffer a statecraft speed. That's no big deal. Nobody cares about that. It does pass thanks to minor houses and smugglers, apparently. And people were not able to keep Corrino out of the speaker, though they surely could have if Fremen and smugglers had coordinated. Fremen tried their best. Not even their best. They only put 200 of 300 in. No idea what's going on in the background politically there. Harkonnens voted for everyone to get shares. This is actually not ideal. You want fewer people to own shares. But it helps them a little bit, I suppose. 15% of the Harkonnens for the Harkonnens. 3% charity shares for Fremen and smugglers. And we've got smugglers going all in. Now the problem is the smuggler army and the Fremen army are real tough. We've got a lot of Landsrad judges, Landsrad guards. You love to see it. You love to see it. They're so good on the defense. A little bit of a mistake by running your conscripts in first. The army was a bit mismanaged here. But judges and guards are really tough to deal with. We'll see how well the Fremen can do here. They're doing pretty well. I think it's just a command point mismatch here. Is a large Fremen army of 50 points, only 40 points of Corrino battling here. And they are incredibly tanky, but they're just not getting kills done. We got Othame on the field also for the Fremen. Not necessarily super helpful in this particular battle, but he's alright. Enemy units at long range deal less damage. So he's nerfed them down. We are seeing a constant trickling in of Corrino reinforcements. They're not really... If they are able to get Othame down, and they are focusing him, that'll be something, but I don't know if they are going to get him. Okay, Othame will go down, but I think the rest of the Landsrad are going to get cleaned up here unless we've got some more... bunch of... you know, we got another wave coming in, and it sort of looks... everybody's agreed to go home. Did we get diplomacy? Non-aggression pact between the Fremen and Corrino. They agreed to a truce, and everybody went home with Othame still alive at 7 hit points. Othame bartered for his life and gave the territory back to the Corrino. Now Corrino's got to see what they could do about the smugglers in their lands. The Fremen choaming has begun. Oh, is that the 3%? I don't think we're gonna see the Fremen choam. I know you want it. I know you want it a lot, but it doesn't look like it's coming through. Smugglers do get off their last liberate there, and indeed it looks like the smugglers alone liberated maybe 3 or 4 territories for Corrino. Not good, but you know, not backbreaking. Corrino didn't lose a base. That would have been a proper backbreak there. The Harkonnens were never able quite to rebuild up enough to go on the base again. We do have what is a strong defensive army coming back online for Corrino. Let's see, resource-wise, manpower. Corrino's very tight manpower. Harkonnen's very tight in the manpower. Tons of manpower for Fremen and smugglers. Smugglers look like they've backed off, though. Fremen grabbing a super forward spice field here. Very cheeky. We do still technically have peace between the Fremen and everybody right now. Smugglers at peace with everybody but Corrino and Harkonnens at war, of course, as well. Smugglers going for the polar sink, which is a great idea. Lets them Stakhanov it. It gives them another special in their pocket. We've got plus 31 on the smugs. That can only mean one thing. Valuable trinkets has been completed. Craft workshops are going online. The smugglers are cooking their hedge books. Okay, we've got the smuggler hedge going. Harkonnen's sitting in the lead. No, Fremen's sitting in the lead at 16. Harkonnen's at 15.4. Smugglers way behind at 12.8, but they're the only one with a noticeable daily cook of plus 31 hegemony a day from their craft workshops and their underworld headquarters. House Corrino only on plus 13 from their Emperor's Monument. They don't have craft workshops online at the moment. Do they have the tech for it? No, it's queued up. No craft workshops for Harkonnens. We do have craft workshops available for Fremen, and they could, of course, double up on their White Rift here. We're seeing the first one go down. Fremen are very light in those special regions, so their daily hedge, the White Rift makes up for it a fair bit. Their daily hedge could be 3 workshops. They're not going to be able to match immediate combat. Fremen break the truce and are liberating. Unfortunately, it's Stakhanov, so it's a liberate that's going to take the better part of a month to go through. And Wormstrike eats the tail of the smuggler army there. Yep, takes out about 3 units worth of troops, so they're actually down, what is that, 5 or 6 plus another 8 at least? So they're actually down by 12 plus command points, and all of a sudden it's not looking as good to go into a fight. If they knew that the Fremen were already down 52 of 65, they could probably do something with that battle, but Fremen have their buddies in. The Raiders come in to help with the liberate. And it is going to be, like I said, a very long liberate. So the smugglers will have time to rebuild and think about this. Corrino focusing on grabbing back their territory. Harkonnens just kind of rebuilding, doing a lot of pillaging, and buying up Chom. Up to 19% on the Harkonnens. I don't know that they're much of a economic powerhouse. Indeed, they're at a negative daily rate. They're 271 spice. Where are they getting all that spice from? Good lord. 1, 2. They're on 3 spice fields and they're pulling in that much. Some really great work from them. There's a lot of oppression going down. The oppression's finally paying out, and the Harkonnens indexed into pretty deep yellow stuff, right? Crew training programs, Chom support. So, yeah, they've invested economically, and they're looking to turn that into Chom. We're pretty late in the game to still be so low on the Chom shares, but you never know. Shai-Hulud allied with the Fremen. It's true. The old man of the desert definitely gave him a little bit of a boost there by eating the back half of the smuggler army that was coming. Tax negotiations, not a big deal for anybody. Water sellers, it's Corrino's to lose. Foreign recruitment would actually be very nice for Corrino and or Harkonnens, who are both remain pretty tapped on the manpower. I guess they're catching up, but Harkonnen's still light on the command points. Corrino's fully caught up, though they were buying guards and judges who are purchased with influence rather than manpower. Let's see. I mean, I'm thinking tax negotiation probably just passes just because everybody likes money. Water sellers, almost certainly Corrino, because no one's going to care too much about it. Corrino only making 13 water, so it's not that big a deal. Fremen making by far the most at 31. Pretty ho-hum as far as Landsrad goes, but Dune governorship, we need 450 Landsrad standing for Corrino to be eligible for a governor. I don't know if they want to be. I think it is fairly likely that the allied armies could all march in and kill Corrino, but maybe Maybe not. We'll see. The Landsred Guards, if you are in a a full-size 65 CP army, can do an incredible amount of work. Finally caught a Dayovac stream. You did, Markety. You did. We've got a Dayovac stream. We are in our first game of the group stages today. We're, let's see, in month 5. Sometimes if you see a really fast game end, it could end in month 6 or month 7. Typical length is probably more like a month 9 or so for a finish, and then much beyond that tends to be a long game. We'll see. All ready to kill him, Corrino go and gov, says Hellhole. So Harkonnen's trying to rally the lobby yet again to go kill Corrino, and honestly they're probably right. Corrino's certainly in the driver's seat here, but Water Cellars for the Harkonnens. Corrino opted for Solari upkeep? Interesting. Minor houses voted for foreign recruitment with a little bit of smuggler votes. I wonder why Corrino didn't even want to have this. I mean, usually it's having a charter is better than not having a charter for sure. Strange. They could have grabbed that themselves. I don't know. Are they super broke? They're not super broke. Everyone's economy is looking quite good now. Do we have good spice rate? No, the spice rate's crap. But everyone's plus 300, plus 300, plus 300. That's very solid economic base to work with. Nobody's toeing the line of bankruptcy or anything. Harkonnens, oftentimes you see the Harkonnens not take this much territory because they like to have things to pillage. Indeed, especially when they're going for an economic game. But I guess they feel like why take this thing here? I guess maybe you want research hubs in it? I don't know. I mean, you grab stuff if you are trying to hedge, but the Harkonnens aren't anywhere in hedge. 17k, not making anything daily. They're not really a hedge contender because they're so late to the Craft Workshop game. They're working up towards it now. Symbols of Authority. The 4th tier gives the Harkonnens access to their Craft Workshops, not the 3rd tier. They do have a lot of sieges in their territories. They could do a fair bit of the Savage Cleansing, which is a nice buff for them economically. Honestly, I like the Fremen's position pretty well. The Liberate was canceled on the middle. There might have been some conflict here that we missed, because I'm seeing very small armies now. It looks like Smugglers got wiped and I didn't see it. There was a fight on Polar and I missed it. I'm sorry. I got excited talking about the politics. So they lost the cap on the middle, but the Fremen look like they won that battle just because the Smugglers are mostly wiped out and the Fremen got most of an army left. So they've changed it to an annex, which is wise. All the specials that the Fremen can get their hands on would be good now. Fremen, I think, still in a pretty decent spot. They've got a lot of territory. If they grab the middle, they will bounce out to about 18k. They're making 29 a day now. Smuggler's only making 20 a day. Oh, because this one's getting sieged. It's got a Fremen rebellion on it. Interesting, interesting. So we've got all-out war, really, between Fremen and Smugglers now. Corrino's still working to rebuild his empire, but Corrino is not hedging. They're not going for hegemony. They're going for a political win. And they will get there eventually if you give them enough time. Smugglers have accepted an imperial mandate and research agreement from Corrino. So Corrino sending the Sardaukar to help aid the Smugglers against the Fremen. Former enemies, they're up to 4% chum. Former enemies now friends. 3% chum on the Fremen, 6% on the Smugglers, 20 on the Harkonnens. Harkonnens down to 19. Harkonnens have slowed down a little bit. New shares drop on the market periodically. The houses minor typically own the shares, and then if the price for shares goes up, the houses minor sell their shares, adding more shares to be available. Current shares are still around 2,000 for 20, which is a great price. Harkonnen's buying, there we go. 24%. Buying again, 25%. Buying again, or is just the price going up? It's hard to say. Buying again, 27%. Harkonnen's booming. They've emptied their bank, but they're making 700 a day. The Harkonnen economy is in a good swing here. Most spice being made by smugglers yet again. But the Harkonnens are pulling a 4.2 rate, while the smugglers are getting a 2.4 rate, which is a pretty big difference. The Chom companies are paying the Harkonnens twice as much for the spice that they sell, which is a big deal. Only 3 spice harvesters. Imagine if they had a 4th one here, they'd really be cooking. We got a big army for Corrino up north. A large army in the middle. Fremen committed with flanking forces along the sides, ready to stop any smugglers coming to defend the cap. And I don't think the smugglers will be able to. They're just a little late rebuilding their army. They're still waiting for reinforcements, and I don't know if they're going to have enough time. Corrino, eyeing that special region up north, would be a nice little feather in their cap, and indeed, there they go. A couple of Harkonnens there. We do have better defenses online, though. Airfield up top, airfield down bottom. We immediately have the toxic vapors dropped, and that's going to be enough to dissuade, I gotta think. It's going to be real painful to fight into. Even just the slowness of burning through the militia, we can see the life drop, and the toxic vapor is so powerful. Any non-mechanical units lose their health regen and suffer. Ooh, and the worm's coming. Worm eats a couple of conscripts for fun, and they run out of supplies. Just a bad offensive across the board from Corrino. Back to the drawing board. They are held off by some toxic vapors, a worm, and a handful of militia. The 1-decade siege finally over. Yep. Middle has gone the way of Fremen. Smugglers trying to contest it. Orbital strike dropped down by Corrino. I gotta think to help their friends, because it's not hitting. Smugglers guys. I mean, it obviously does if the Fremen are in melee, but it is enough to drive the Fremen back and to drive the smugglers back. So they'll call it a draw. Smuggler army actually looking maybe a little bit better. They were trading about equally, but the Fremen army is quite healthy and the smuggler army was weak, so it's a Fremen win. They managed to grab the middle and hold it. That puts the Fremen almost at 20k. We got a Landsred coming, water cellars, controlled markets, so nothing too spicy there. 40 a day for the smugglers, though they're only at 15k. They need time they need to draw this game out for their superior daily hedge cook to really matter. And we don't quite have enough Landsred standing for Corrino to get the governorship, but we probably will for the next one. So let's see. Chom market, 28% Harkonnens. Harkonnens are leaning into the Chom. They are not really in contention for hegemony. Chom about their only win condition here. Corrino cooking 42, which is quite good. The most in the map, actually. And they're even ahead of the smugglers at a baseline of hegemony. So Corrino's still looking in a really good spot, but I mean, and 20k is not 30k. That's only 2/3 of the way, and only making 30 a day. They could make more than that, because then we've got another craft workshop going up, so they will be up to 40, roughly 40 a day. Fremen at 20k hedge. So the question is, oh, we got combat up here. We had Harkonnens pillaging Fremen lands, but the Fremen managed to get on top of them and are going to clean up the Harkonnens entirely. We got some executioners with meat shields doing what they can here, but there's just not quite enough meat there. We got some fat blood stacks, bloodthirsty stacks, and bloodbath stacks. And indeed, it is a nightmare to really clean up fully sauced executioners, but there's just too many guys there for now. Fremen defend themselves here. That buys time for Corrino to attack up north, and we do not have toxic vapors. Reinforcements online for the Harkonnens, but it doesn't look super great for them. They've got a defensive position. The missile turrets are firing, but there is still a very chunky force here. Kronos online. He's got to get that over ASAP to tank the missile turrets. We're seeing fast reinforcements coming in from the Harkonnens here. We've got supplies online for Corrino. Worms on the field. Careful, careful, careful. Harkonnens are landing out in the desert. They gotta be extra careful. Pitched battle. Harkonnens are being able to put in a lot, or they're buying mercenaries now. That's a choice. Ooh, worms eat a bunch of the mercenaries. And it's looking like a pretty solid Corrino victory there. Just on the back of when Sissia and her conscript spam. Of course, Corrino forced to continue going forward because there is the bunkered turrets here that would just keep firing missiles at you. You gotta attack the next village as well, at least just to kill the turrets or something. Harkonnen's in a bit of a trouble down here. They, Corrino poking at their border, and they picked a fight with the Fremen. And indeed, they are just low on men at the moment. Manpower reserves still looking real good for them. They're just trickling in too many troops one at a time. They need to take a break and build up to a full stack here, and call for help. You know, Corrino double liberating here, maybe going for the triple. See if they can break this full region of the Harkonnen control. And the Harkonnens are going to struggle. They've got a bunch of Cerberus on the field, but there's still enough Sardaukar here to make their lives miserable. And there's the toxic vapors. Remember, we got Peter de Vries here on the field, who can allow them to get really cheap operations online. That allows him to chase off most of Corrino. He runs in the stealth Cerberus, which draws the Corrino army back in, which gets a fair chunk of it killed the toxic vapors. And supplies are broken now in Corrino as well. Corrino's got to be real careful. Anytime they step out of the circle, they're losing men to water loss. When Sissia out of position, getting jumped by Cerberus. I mean, another wave of Cerberus coming in. Anything else going on around the map? Not really. Just a lot of combat up top. Fighting in the toxic vapors again is just a death sentence for these low hit point conscripts. And it looks like the Cerberus are gonna be able to clean up. When Sissia is probably gonna escape alive. Maybe. No, she gets murdered by the Cerberus too. These guys are crazy. The Cerberus DPS. Waves and waves of bodies from the Harkonnen, thanks to, you know, Uman Kudu, minus 30% time to recruit units. Really, really letting them get stuff done there. Do we have any interesting... Are the Harkonnens allied with any of these sieges? Anything fun going on here? No, not really. I wondered if they had like a faster recruitment or something, because they really spam some guys out there. And Corrino gets cleaned up again in this very dangerous... A lot of bodies in this northern desert here. A lot of bodies. That's a win for Fremen. Harkonnen and Corrino being kept in a, you know, a state of sort of static up top. Fremen looks like they're keeping their, they've got an army down south, but we've got the Wraith on the field, the absolute bane of the Fremen's existence. An old chemical lab repurposed for warfare, continuously releasing heavy gases onto the battlefield. You don't really want to push your Wraith forward into missile turrets, but was this aggression from the smugglers without realizing? No, there was a smuggler drop to probe setup, so they would have seen the region. No, they dropped a probe setup up there. Interesting. Regardless, we've got combat, and it's looking pretty good for the smugglers, as we would have anticipated. The Wraith is so powerful in these blob fights, and the Fremen especially are extra vulnerable to the Wraith because so much of their strength is tied up in melee moving quickly and getting on squishy targets. Wraith's taking a lot of hit from these defensive turrets. It's down to only about a quarter of its life. They're going to have to be a little careful with that. But it is a resounding victory for smugglers. And they're looking for the annex here on the White Rift. That could be a big tip in the smugglers' favor. They'll probably be able to get it. It's going to take time. They're under constant fire from this bunker, this missile turret. They ought to be able to stand on the edge here and be out of its range. They're not quite. It's a little bit bullshit, but it is what it is. Water Sellers Union up yet again. We've also got Judge of the Council is heavily upvoted. Speaker of the Council is heavily upvoted. But Corrino is now officially eligible for governorship, though it is not yet up for vote. We've got an incredible bank, up to 700 influence for Corrino, 400 base votes. We've got a big bank of 620 influence for smugglers. Potential 350 bank or 400 bank for the Harkonnens, though they're not quite there yet. But, ooh, it's going to take a lot for the rest of the lobby to be able to stop Corrino from pushing things through. We'll see. Question, does Fremen not have a military base there? We got a missile turret back here. No military bases around for Fremen. Definitely an oversight. Landsor goes through. Nobody gets assassins. Water Sellers goes the way of House Corrino, and nobody gets any guards. And immediately we have upvotes to the Dune governorship. Will there be enough? They got to get above 171. We'll see. Beach Cat, put some votes into it. We gotta see. He will go governor. Please kill him. Don't lose. Fremen, you can get plus 7,000. Harkonnens trying to rally the troops against Corrino. Let's see what the operation is. Has he been sacrificing guys for his toxic vapors? Indeed, toxic vapors are down to just 150. And they are prepped again with yet another sacrifice. So Peter de Vries doing his work, making sure there's enough toxic vapors to go around. And effectively, you know, with Peter, the Harkonnens could pretty much do this all day. They're making 23 intel. So basically, as soon as this toxic vapors goes down, he could drop another one. And there's not a lot Corrino can do to fight into that. Fremen at 24k on the hedge, but they're about to take a big beat by losing the White Rift. And lose it they will, because that is a fully armed and operational smuggler battle station, and the Fremen army is still rebuilding and won't quite be at full strength for some days still. We do have the Fremen flagship, the Altar, is online. A siege spacecraft. I can't quite see what he's got. Okay, no upgrades for it yet. Looking pretty decent, Corrino. Dune governorship is not yet voted into priority. Speaker of the Council is up. Beachcat definitely wants to throw a couple more influence in there to get that up. If he wants to pull the trigger, but I mean, now is as good as ever. You kind of want to be cycling through Dune governorship votes, even just because it's going to burn, you know, get a vote up. The other people all got to dump all of their resources into stopping you. Ooh. We've got a base dive. Corrino flagship Kronos drops in close. We've got the incinerators down. Incinerators are amazing. They give the burn bonus damage taken. Incinerators on your base long enough stack up the burned affliction, allowing you to really, really increase the damage amp. Corrino on my base. Oh my god. And we had an interdiction go down. Corrino dropped an interdiction, so he couldn't use the airfield here, and there is not an airfield here. Corrino's got to walk home through the sand. Ooh, I love that play so much. The interdiction's actually almost done. He could have just sat there and waited it out and then flew. Harkonnens dropped the toxic vapors on the base to save the smugglers. Ooh, and that is enough for Corrino to fall back. Oh my goodness, that buys time for the Fremen to come in and try and re-grab the White Rift. There was a breach going down. There's a breach on it now, at least. It might have just been a little bit later. He didn't have it initially at the start. Smugglers make their way back home. Be careful, smugglers. It is still toxic for another day in here. You're gonna lose 30% of your life. Smugglers? I think they probably survive, but it's gonna drain some manpower. Meanwhile, Fremen able to go deep in here. Are they able to clear out this airfield? Smuggler army is really beleaguered there. I guess they're at 63. That's not too bad. But this is just a gift for the Fremen, who are on the back foot here. Smugglers looking really good, taking valuable territory. Corrino opted for an annex right next to Smuggler territory, so they're going to continue the siege, it looks like. Got a hell of a game here, people. Smugglers opting to try to break the siege, see if they can get over there, and indeed, Corrino flies away. Really, either a full retreat or horrible timing. I'm guessing it was a planned retreat. They don't want to throw their army away, potentially for some foreign desert sand. There's probably not even oil over here. This will allow smugglers to clear that up. The Kronos is going home. You know, anytime the Corrino could just fly that Kronos back here and do this again. But, ooh, what a win for the Fremen there out of all that. Harkonnens have a strong force up north, but they're going to struggle to do anything about that base. But this is huge. This gets the Fremen right back in the hedge game. Picking up the White Rift, clearing out the Mirror Basin, and they can do them quickly because the pickup of the White Rift, it cancels out the Stakhanov effect. So now these sieges can actually progress in a normal time scale. Ooh, bad news for the smugglers. If I was the smugglers, I'd be so mad right now. They were in such a good spot taking the rift there.
We're there for you, boss.
The Wraith has finally made it back home. Ooh. Corrino and Harkonnens jostling between Harkonnens clicking plus 40 now. Corrino making plus 67. Smugglers making plus 63. But that's with the White Rift, I think. But no, probably not when it's under siege. It's looking really Corrino coded still. Corrino making the most daily hedge, sitting on a very strong base hedge, have the politics entirely in their favor. 34% chom on the Harkonnens, though they're broke, so they're not sitting on a giant bank or anything. They are slowly but steadily climbing up, but they need a lot more time and a lot more money in order to, shares are probably about 4,000 for 20. Harkonnens just don't quite have the economy to do that, as far as I could tell. Not to push from like a 40 to a 50%, that's for sure. Speaker of the Council is choosing the agenda, and it sure looks like a Dune governorship to me. Dune governorship is online, and nobody has the influence to vote against it. It's in the bag for Corrino. So what you do here is you don't vote against it. Fremen, smugglers, Harkonnens, save your influence. Everybody save every drop of influence you've got, and you try to beat it in the next one. Which I think you could do. Although, annoyingly, Speaker of the Council is really heavily upvoted. Meaning, if House Corrino upvotes Speaker of the Council a lot, they could duel with upvotes against the governorship to see which one will come up next time. Ooh! It'll be really tight. I think you force Corrino to dump all their votes into governorship now. You use your influence to, this is assuming everybody is absolutely on the same page, and they are not. Although they're just talking about killing Corrino as best they can at this point. You could still defeat him diplomatically, as it were. I think you could get governorship voted up enough for it to come up again, and then beat him with the combined influence gain of everybody in the lobby. Because Corrino's not making an insane amount of influence. Plus 16 is, as much as the Smugs are making. We'll see. We'll see. What did I miss? You missed a fair bit, Wizard. A fair bit. Corrino's in the driver's seat. Everyone's going to try and kill him. Fremen army ran out of supplies, got real thirsty in the desert, had to fall back. Unfortunately, they finished their decap here, which then turned this into a Stakhanov defense. And Harkonnens dropped toxic vapors on them. That's crazy. Excuse me. The smuggler bounty. Smugglers will pay you if you oppose this. I don't know that that's necessary. I think people were probably alright. I mean, what if Corrino just puts their 400 into opposing it now? Walking in the desert, it's thirsty work. It's true. Don't head out without your still suits. Nope. Corrino goes all in. They dump their votes to claim it. Oh, I think really unwisely, everybody else dumps their votes on stuff. Opposition to the diplomatic congress. Some put opposition to the Dune governorship. Now there's no way they could stop them because they're not going to make enough influence to overpower Corrino. Ooh, I think if they had saved their influence and then used it wisely afterwards, they would have been able to do it. But no luck. Can the Fremen hedge off of this? 24 is quite a ways to go. And we just paid a spice tax. We're gonna have one more spice tax paid before governorship happens. If they're able to complete this annex, they jump up to 25, 26. They pay another tax. They're at 27. They still need to scrounge up 3,000 more hedge somewhere. So I think the answer is no. They're only sitting on 180 influence, or authority rather. I don't think the Fremen can out-hedge this governorship. I think they gotta go. And indeed they're going. Miko says we can't kill these two bases. You realize we've lost. Harkonnens pushed in, did a little bit of damage, but wisely fall back when the Corrino army shows up. Smugs and Fremen arguing with each other. Fremen really want the White Rift back, which, you know, they should, but I think they've lost to Corrino here. It's just going to be so difficult to do anything about it. Toxic Vapors goes down, which zones out the Corrino army, but it also zones out the Harkonnen army. The Harkonnen army can't attack into that. Harkonnens need to just lurk right on the border here, and as soon as Corrinos leave, you go in and you jump on it. But in order for Corrino to leave, we gotta fight. Fremen, please, Fremen, you realize we are lost. Fremen are marching in the right direction at least. There's nothing. I mean, the Fremen would need like 2 additional special regions on the board for them to take in order to have any chance. The timing is just not in their favor. If there was an extra spice tax on the way, but there's not. It's 21 days on the governorship, 17 days on the spice tax, and they're too slow getting on Corrino. They really need. I mean, it's doable. It's doable. Fremen and smugglers go up in here, wipe the Corrino army, and get on the base. That's possible. At the same time, the Harkonnens get on the top base. It's doable, and it's probably your only bet. Lands red-wise, we just don't have enough influence to go around. Fremen just spent a bunch of influence. Are there treaties going down? I don't even know. I mean, we're not even up to the sum of all of this. Yeah, and we see Beachcat spending all his influence on upvoting Speaker of the Council. So that's what I was talking about. Everybody else was forced to spend their influence trying to get up the Dune Charter, but Beachcat was on it quicker and got the Speaker of the Council upvoted a lot more. That was why they needed to not spend their influence on this previous vote, because they needed to be able to upvote the governorship to come up again. Beachcat's the Speaker of the Council. He's gonna obfuscate or obstruct the loss of rights, so that's not gonna come online. There's not even gonna be an opportunity to vote him out. Wizard would betray the Fremen and take their regions if you were a Harkonnen. I mean, the trouble is it doesn't get the Harkonnens anywhere. They're not close enough. Harkonnens' only chance is to hang in for a bit longer. They're at 33% chom. It's not on a contesting a win condition in 16 days kind of quantity. Fremen do have allied militaries regain supply outside of combat, so they've got their supply ship here on the altar, but There's a lot of missile turrets around here. Uh-oh, this is bad. Fremen are annexing this, and it's draining the supplies of the smugs who aren't watching. You don't get supplies and your allies caps. The smug army is dying from lack of supplies. Oh, it hurts to see. The smugs are basically wiped out of this. Yep. They've got to walk home. They don't have a supply drop ready. Oh, it hurts so much. They're prepping a supply drop. They need another day for it. Almost. Supply drop here. I mean, the smuggler army dies to supplies. Harkonnens go in, do huge damage to the base, which is fine. At this point, you just man-tied it. Just keep making bodies and going in. But there's nothing else that is... I mean, we got some liberates going down. The Fremen totally effed their buddies by trying to do this annex, causing the smugglers to fall back, so the smugglers aren't helping. We do have the Wraith up here, but there's not enough Fremen really to contest this army. Maybe with the Wraith. No, this is a pretty thin Fremen army. Only 39 command points of Fremen. We're still got 65 command points of Corrino here. I mean, even if the Alliance is able to defeat this Corrino army, which they can't, they still don't have enough to crack this base. Harkonnens might succeed in cracking the northern base. They've got a huge DPS of gunners up there, and this army's busy. I wouldn't be surprised if the northern base goes down, but I don't think the Harkonnens will be able to bring this force to bear on the southern base. In come Smugs again, a smaller force. Somehow, with the use of the Wraith, they did manage to defeat the Corrino army in the field, which surprises me. Only a couple of donkeys left. Donkeys and Othame left on the Fremen force. I don't know if this is a blow up a main base in 9 days kind of army. We will see. Indeed, Corrino succeeded in getting Speaker of the Council up as the next vote, so the Dune governorship will not be in time to vote him out. Portfolio scrutiny. Cannot buy Chom shares. You could sell Chom shares for Hegemony per share. Well, that's interesting. I don't think it'll pass. If it did, it would be conceivably good for the Harkonnens, who could liquidate their Chom shares. 3 per share. They got 1,500 hedge. That's not really enough to move the needle anyway. So I don't think it's gonna do anything. Wow, what a game. It still looks like a Corrino hedge win to me. Oh, Corrino managed to hold their top base with some reinforcements. Smuggler army is trying to get a forward base online. Oh, I mean, it's not looking great. You need like 5 or 6 days to finish this annex, and then you've got like 2 or 3 days to kill this base. And hopefully this base also gets killed in that time frame. Do we have... Okay, we've got some reinforcements coming in from the Fremen down here. They can rally to this siege that got rebuilt. That's something. We got snipers coming online. They're going to try a final push. It's going to be very tight time-wise. Very, very tight. Harkonnens doing God's work up here, just battling in. They're going to suicide their army into the main base, and they might get it. This base does have all the red buildings. So 1 Corrino base down. They've lost their triple red and their double red district bonuses. So that's a huge nerf to the Corrino army. And they don't have an airfield up here, which is another big problem. Ooh. Do they? Oh, they've got the Kronos they can fly off of. Okay, they can fly over the Kronos. Fremen are moving in. They need smugglers to come too. Smugglers, go, 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 go. Go, 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 smugs. Miko's been a little slow in the draw here. And it is tough. It is tough to coordinate with people. He's been having a lot of supply issues. Normally not an issue for smugglers, but he's forcing the Fremen to fight alone, which is very, very bad. 4 days, there's not enough time. Harkonnens, we need you. Harkonnens are coming. But 1v1 defending, the Corrino army is able to fight off the Fremen army. That's why you can't leave them in the 1v1. Do we just not have enough space to get supply drops for we're really suffering from the smugglers not having supply drops. Harkonnen's going in, but by themselves again, and they're already a very weak force here. Smugglers, get in there, you gotta go, my man. Oh, the slowness on the smugglers to assist here has caused people to trickle in one at a time. 2 days left. Not impossible, but not possible either. We got flagships coming in at least, which will be able to tank the missile turrets. Finally, the smugglers are here. 2 days left. There's a lot of pact forces here, a lot of alliance. They need to clean up the Corrino army real quick. They can't afford, and then try to just burn it down in 1 day. Are there any? We do have a defense breach down. Corrino army is cleaned up. Some reinforcements coming on. Now they got to burn the base. Defense breaches. 0.8 days. Base has got 23,000 life left. It's holding pretty well. There's not enough Harkonnens or Fremen here to help. There's a Fremen army down here that needs to come up. I don't know if they're going to make it in time. Nope, they're not going to get it in time. Just barely, by the skin of their teeth, Corrino is able to hold on. Corrino victory. Woo! Good game to Beach Cat. He had himself... it's funny that in the background, if we keep watching, his base is going to blow up here in just a minute. I think the smugglers... I hate to harp on them, because it's a hard game, and there's a lot of stuff going on. But the smugglers were a bit low on the supply, which blunted that first attack, forced the Fremen to fight alone. Fremen could have been maybe a little more patient, trying to wait for some help, but fighting in alone didn't get anything done. Harkonnens did their best. They did manage to solo that top base, and then they still managed to arrive down here for the final battle, but just not quite enough. I think a little more coordination. The lobby could have had that. They were just a bit slow to react to it. Everybody was spending a tad too long to figure out what that end game scenario looks like, when really it was clear to me that they pretty much needed to go for the kill as soon as possible, and they waited a good 10 days or so before they started their aggression. We can see by this, if they had everything in place 2 days earlier, they probably would have been fine. Who was playing Harks? Harks was Hellhole Rat. So victory went to Sand Tiger, aka Beach Cat. We had Frey Pie on the Fremen, and we had Miko 41 on the Smugglers. But well played by everybody. There was a lot of opportunities down here. The Smugglers were actually looking in an incredible spot until they started getting backstabbed by the base attack from Corrino, which was super interesting. Can I not go back to my score screen? There it is. So, final scores. We had the Fremen up to about 27k, but like I said, still not within striking distance, and I've been disconnected from the lobbies closed. But a very good game of Spice Wars for 2026. Hopefully you appreciated that one. Let me check on, let's take a look. Yep, Beach Cat took his game. It looks like Cream won his pod. I think we could be waiting on pod number 4. Woo! Hell of a game though. Really, really good. We saw some really excellent dynamic plays, a lot of aggression, a lot of combat. We saw shifting alliances constantly, maybe a little too shifting. But I appreciated it all. It was a good game. Good game. Hell of a group stage match. That was a good game. I'm glad we casted that one. That one was really, really good. Misa says the amount of throws from Beach should have been over months prior. Sure, it's easy to backseat them. We can all sit with our omniscient view and talk about what these people should and shouldn't do, but they're dealing with fog of war. They're dealing with, communication delays. I don't think they were in. I don't think they were in a Discord together. Or if they were, there was a lot of typing back and forth. Honestly, I prefer the game significantly when players have to type to each other to coordinate, because I feel like that kind of recreates the real world delay of communication and difficulty of communication between like two different nations trying to coordinate, you know, a military attack, right? Like that's a really, really difficult thing to do. But if you're in voice chat, you can kind of chat with each other, you know, okay, I'm going now, you go now, you know, it's really easy. It's a lot easier to coordinate when you're in voice chat. So I really like it. I feel like it's much more flavorful, much more authentic and realistic when you are forced to like type and send letters to people about what you're trying to do. I love to see it. Yes, we do have another match coming up. That was a fun game, but we have the finals coming. We got to take a little breaky break here. I don't know how long, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. You never know how long it's going to go. I think we got another match. And if it is indeed Pod 4, I don't think anyone was casting that, so there's no way that we could peek into it. I wonder if we could see... Who would have been hosting Pod 4? Would have been... All Cash, maybe? All Cash, Fizz, Lennon and Crash Pine, maybe? I don't think I see an All Cash game. Maybe they're done? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We gotta coordinate with folks to figure out which pods are still finishing up. I'm going to take a brief break, go refill my water here. The voice is getting a little scratchy. We're in the desert today, folks. You got to maintain your water management. Stay hydrated. And then we're going to wait for the final games of the group stages to finish up. That one went pretty well, pretty long, so we should be very close to stuff finishing up. And then we'll get into a grand finals game pretty shortly. So, BRB. Alright, I'm back, folks. So Tula, thank you so much. What an awesome game that was, and love getting back to Dune. Yep, I'm enjoying getting back to Dune a little bit. I, of course, gave it a fair bit of a break there, and you know, we've got the same problems that we've always had with Dune, which is really the same problem as it ever was, is that our population is just too small. We just don't have enough folks playing, and you know, the majority of people who are playing are really single players. I wonder if we could look at a graph of something of Dune stuff. Let's see if we could find a graph of Dune's players while we wait. It's like Steam DB maybe? Let me look that up. And then we gotta share this window. Doot. Spice Wars. Dune Spice Wars charts. So if we look at players, right now we have 375 Dune Spice Wars players. It's not a lot. If we look over all time, we've been trending down. Daily we hit, you know, these days we hit around 400. You know, a couple months ago, what is it, January of 2025? No, 1 year ago. A year ago we were doing 600, 800, 900 players a day or so. That's getting somewhere. You know, way back in 2024 we peaked at 3,000. I feel like this was maybe when Vernius dropped. Our last DLC, 3,000 players a day, 1,700 players a day. The Golden Age. This is actually about when I started streaming, right around here, right around early 24, late 23, I think. So unfortunately, our population just is so low. I wish we had that this early access bump, 8,000 players. Oh, it'd be amazing if 8,000 people were playing Dune every day. That would be the best thing ever. But yeah, you know, when we're down to just 400 players a day and only a small portion of them are multiplayer, it's just tough. It's just tough. Did you try Dune Awakening? Yeah, I like Dune Awakening. I like Dune Awakening as a single player experience. I don't think it was great as a multiplayer game. I mean, I played all the way through, got to the deep desert, made myself great big fancy attack ornithopters and stuff, but I just felt like the deep desert play was fairly weak and wasn't super interesting. We had a guild up with a lot of these same guys from the circuit, the Dune circuit, going hardcore, building stuff out. Ooh, hi Minx. Currently developing a new faction mod, the Moritani. Great to see you still playing. Hey Minx, good to see you. Minx doing a lot of our modding in the Tiny Dune modding community. You know, they don't have proper modding tools, so they've got to do stuff the old-fashioned way, which I can't imagine it's easy to do. But yeah, I would love to see if our mod community could grow a little bit more. You know, I worry about the split of the player base. You know, you sort of want everyone playing vanilla, or you want everyone playing with mods, just because otherwise you don't have enough people to fill up lobbies. But very exciting. A new faction would certainly be exciting. Excited to see what you do with that, Minx. I'll keep an eye on it. Enthusiasm waned when Shiro said they were done. Yeah, absolutely. If we could expect more big things coming in the Dune universe, the Spice Wars universe, you know, another faction, an expansion, a DLC, anything to give us a little shot in the arm. But once they announce that, you know, they're done with it, it feels like a dead game. You know, obviously we got people going, we've got people playing, we're still playing some tournaments, we could get together enough people for games, but feels bad when you know there's nothing new coming officially, right? And we've got to rely on Minx and our modders to try to give us new stuff, and even that, it's hard to get disseminated to the masses to get everybody moved on to it, but is what it is. You managed to get a big spice refinery and then lost interest and the base died. Yeah, I know. I mean, Dune Awakening was super fun. What did I play of Dune Awakening? It was super fun for a little while. It just wasn't an MMO. It was like a really cool single-player game with your buddies. Dune Awakening. I played 70 hours, which, you know, for me is a win. If I buy a game and I play 70 hours and have a good time with it, you know, that's not bad. I'm gonna try and figure out what the state of our lobbies and games are right now. Pod 2, Johnny Drama 1. I think Johnny was complaining about being too rusty to play. I think he's saying he won. So we had a Beach Cat, Johnny Drama, Cream, a lot of the old names. I mean, the old names are the only people still playing. So all these crusty old veterans. Not a lot of new blood coming in these days, but at some point updates stop. Yeah. You know, I feel like it wouldn't take a whole lot to keep Dune Spice Wars running, but you know, I guess, you know, it's a value proposition for them. They're trying to run a business. If you can't get enough people to buy the product you make, then you don't make enough money to pay the people to make the product. So it's really a shame, because Dune Spice Wars is the best free-for-all game, free-for-all RTS game that there is. You know, you could play free-for-all in Age of Empires, and Age of Empires is amazing, and it's a lot of fun free-for-all, but it's clearly not a game designed to be played free-for-all. It's pretty janky in free-for-all, in big free-for-all games. It kind of falls apart in those long games, and but you know, nothing does the proper free-for-all experience of multiple different victory conditions that people could all be chasing things, right? You know, one guy's going for governor, but the different guy's buying Cho, and another guy's almost got his hegemony, and they've all got to balance, you know, who's gonna get there first, and who does the lobby need to fight. Like, nothing does that quite like Spice Wars. I think some of our hopes and dreams is what was it? The war. What's that? Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones thing that they were working on. They gave us a teaser. I feel like it was like a year ago. There was a teaser or something for that, and that was supposed to be free-for-all designed, which would make sense in a Game of Thrones universe. That would be really cool, right? I mean, as much of a shit show as the Game of Thrones show eventually became, the world and, you know, the idea of Game of Thrones is perfectly designed for free-for-all type gameplay, right? You know, you've got all the different warring houses. Hell, it's the exact same as Dune. You know, you've got different warring houses, different dukes and barons and things fighting over stuff and stabbing each other in the back and trying to accumulate resources. I mean, I feel like that's got potential. So, you know, cautiously optimistic for that. Cautiously optimistic. That would be fun. But you never know. You never know what you're going to get. It's impossible to tell what's going to be a good game before it comes out these days. So we will wait and see. I've been playing on my own. I've been really interested in so I was playing with Turin the other day for Company of Heroes 3, which we love. Company of Heroes 3 is still great. Not a free-for-all game, but still fun. And someone in that stream recommended Warno to me. Warno, W-A-R-N-O, which is like a military sim real-time strategy game for like 1980s combat between NATO and the USSR. It's super cool, man. I've been really into it. I'm like 30 or 40 hours in, just learned to play. It's very complicated, but I've been having a fabulous time with it. Warno's been a ton of fun for me. So that's been eating a lot of my hours up. Play the Rune Dice demo. I don't know anything about Rune Dice. I'll put it on the list. I'll have to check out some Rune Dice. Yeah, recommendations. I'm always welcome for recommendations. I play a lot of stuff. I'm always bouncing around. I've been doing different things. I'm signed up for our Season 2 for our Age of the Ring Battle for Middle-earth 2 mod. It's an incredible game. It's so fun. It's the best mod of all the mods in the world. So Season 2 of competitive play is kicking off, I think, at the end of this month. So I'm excited to do some Age of the Ring stuff. Just bouncing around, playing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I still enjoy Age of Empires 4. I think there's a lot of content lined up for Age of Empires 4 in the new year here. So hopefully they get cool stuff. It's already in a really neat spot. All right, we've got a lobby. Final lobby here for the finals of the 2026 Dune. I was gonna say invitational, but it's not really invitational. It's an open. Anybody could join in. We've got Beach Cat, Crash Pine, Keep Feeding, and Cream. Cream, of course, the old crusty veteran of the scene. Crash Pine I'm not familiar with. Keep Feeding I know the name of, but I don't think I've really played with too much. And then Beach Cat, of course, is our newbie turned veteran. I mean, the people that I think of newbies are like, oh, you started playing within the last year. That's cute. But obviously when there's only 30 people playing, if you've played for a year, you've got plenty of experience to tussle with the top dogs for sure. Who could have guessed Cream would be in the final? Yes, as annoying as it is, Cream is often a top competitor. We love to see him lose. Cream, I think, also either put up the money for today's tournament or at least was managing the previous prize pool that we had from other donations in order to do it. And Cream also organizes these tournaments, so he is doing a lot to keep the community alive as best he can. They're taking a 15-minute break. 15 minutes, that's too much. These guys get 5 minutes. You get pee, you get water, and you're back into the desert. 15 minutes, ridiculous. Crash Pine is much newer and much worse. Okay. Crash Pine, however, randomed himself into first faction pick, though. So we'll see what he does. Pick order will be Crash Pine, Beach Cat, Keep Feeding, and then Cream. And I know Cream was hoping for Fremen today. He was crying about it earlier that he really wanted to pay Fremen, and I think someone stole it from him in his first match, but he persevered anyway. Looks like Crash Pine has opted for Smugglers. Always a strong option. And I think we'll probably just be hanging out for a while they are on their 15-minute break, which hopefully is a little less now. We've also got TMB is over streaming on his channel. Cream will be streaming his point of view at the very least, so you could go check them out as well if you wanted alternate points of view. And thanks everybody for tuning in today. We've got 101 viewers now. Heck of a day for a live stream. Thanks for joining me. We are closing in on the start time of our finals match here. What have you been up to? What have you guys been playing? Done anything fun lately? I like talking games. Let me check my Steam library. What else have I been doing? I've been playing a lot of Dying Light: The Beast. It's funny. I have 2 daughters. I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, and my 9-year-old is very squeamish. Doesn't like scary things at all. Doesn't want anything to do with them. And my 6-year-old daughter is like all in on blood and guts. So I've been playing Dying Light: The Beast, which is the newest Dying Light game, which is post-apocalyptic zombie and like smashing guts and brains and ripping arms off. It's incredibly violent and gross, and my 6-year-old daughter loves it. She begs me to sit on my lap and watch me rip the arms off of zombies and crush their skulls with swords and bats and knives and things. It's really funny. And then my 9-year-old will walk past and she'll be like, oh my god, that's so gross. Kids are wild, man. Kids are wild. If you like Warno, enjoy playing Broken Arrow. Yeah, I've heard Broken Arrow is very similar. A lot of the stuff I'd seen when I was looking at the two of them recommended Warno over Broken Arrow to me. I would probably enjoy Broken Arrow as well, but right now I'm just super interested in Warno. I'm working on learning the different divisions and the different the meta styles. I did see that they run a periodic sort of league format where they have people play different like beginners, intermediate, expert leagues, and they have people 1v1 and play sort of tournament style games. So I might look at joining that in the future if it holds my interest, but I've been having a ton of fun with it. Warno's been really interesting. Been thirsty for a Davox stream. Here you go, my friend. Today we feast. Yeah, streams are hard for me. Scheduling is always tricky. It is my to-do in 2026 to get back to producing some more videos and more content for you guys, even if it's all over the place. Like I said, we'll mix in some Spice Wars here or there, which I know is most of you's true love. The reason that you're here is for the Spice Wars, but we play all kinds of stuff, and if you're here to hang out for the ride with me, I appreciate you coming along. Like I said, I love that Age of the Ring stuff. Love some Age of Empires 4. And I enjoy casting that as well. So I might try to get like maybe like some free-for-all kind of games casted. I feel like those are always fun. The Age of Empires 1v1 is not as interesting to me, but I do like the team games and the free-for-all games. I find are pretty fun. Almost like building up an empire, rather than 1v1 games are so micro focused. Especially at the higher levels, it's like, man, you lost your deer pack, you lost control of your deer pack. You're gonna be in a really bad time because the other guy got to his boar before you, so he's got 1,000 more food, so he's got 10 more units. It's just really, really small scale. And I like the bigger scale stuff for the Age of Empires thing, so that's fun. What else have we been up to? I still love Dawn of War 2, their elite mod for that. Oh, that's a hell of a game. Another fantastic mod. Dawn of War 2 is a favorite of mine of all time, and the elite mod is an incredible version of it. So I'm excited about them. They also suffer from the same thing that we have in the Dune Spice Wars, where there's only like 30 people play every day, so it's really, really tiny. The community is super condensed, but it's so fun when you can find people to play with. Been playing Company Heroes 3 whenever we get a chance. Buddy's Turn and Professor Pone are big Company Heroes 3 fans, so I jump in and play with them whenever we can get together for that sort of thing. Obviously, we're all excited about Dawn of War 4, hopefully this year at some point. Pretty excited for Total War 40K, right? How awesome would that be? I was a big Total War fan. I never really played it competitively, but I mostly played it single player, like, I don't know, 700 hours or something, because you can really sink some time in Total War games. Choo Choo Chic started playing Factorio and can confirm it's more addictive than crack. Yep, confirmed. If you've got a certain type of brain, and it is my brain, my type of brain, I'm 582 hours into Factorio, so I know what you're talking about. For sure, Factorio is incredible. It's really, really, really wild what you can do, and hell yeah, Total War 40K, Dawn of War 4, big excitement for that, for the coming years. I mean, they're not they don't have dates on them, so nobody really knows what to expect. Oh, the other thing I was thinking of was Menace. You guys familiar with Menace at all? So the boys over at, Overhype Studios. So the guys who made Battle Brothers, and Menace is kind of taken off, so I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard of it yet. But Menace is it's a single player game, but it's turn-based tactical stuff. And Battle Brothers was an incredible game, super janky, incredibly difficult to get into. I imagine Menace might be the same, but like amazing, like over the top with flavor and tactical goodness, and really digging into the nitty-gritty of like statistics and how different systems work together. Menace is going to be like a futuristic warfare kind of game. I signed up for their closed beta. I really, really want to get into it, but I think they're only adding like 50 people to it, so that might never happen. Do I have a favorite among the Total War series? I've played virtually all Total Wars, going back to the old days. My favorite is definitely all the Warhammer stuff. Once you've played with trolls and hags fighting against, you know, human spearmen or like vampire cavalry or fucking dragons. Like, there's just no way to go back to like different flavors of like swords and spears and shields. Like, human Total War can never interest me again as much as like fantasy Total War can. Can't imagine Total War 40K being more interesting than Dawn of War 4. Well, they'll be different, right? Because Total War is really its own thing, but Total War PvP is pretty interesting, where you kind of build an army and you just face off against someone else with that army. Very different than the traditional RTS kind of base building, which is probably what Dawn of War 4 will be more like. You know, you build your base, you grab your resource points, you push out on the map kind of thing. That'll be a very standard RTS kind of play style. So they'll be different, but probably both pretty cool is what we're hoping for at the very least. I'm a big 40K fan, of course. I paint 40K armies, or at least I did when I had more free time. I've got a full Space Wolves army, a full Drukhari army, a whole lot of Adeptus Sororitas, and then lots of other stuff in between. The OG, yeah, Time of Gamers, like the Menace stuff I was talking about, very similar to XCOM, like, where, you know, it's your turn, you move your gunners up forward, take position on their turn, you know, they move a guy up and you blast him with your Overwatch kind of thing. So think Menace as a new XCOM version kind of thing. Should be super cool, super cool. Yeah, Odessian loved Battle Brothers, equally excited for Hooded Horse published stuff. I do agree. Hooded Horse has put out some bangers. They publish a lot of really cool indie stuff. They're also making a sci-fi strat called Falling Frontier. Need to take a look at it. Joe Computer Dude, award-winning 40K painter. It's true, Joe Computer Dude. Good to see you in the stream, buddy. Yeah, I've got a number of first place awards on my shelf for painting. I'm a pretty decent painter. I don't get the opportunity to actually put my miniatures on the table very often. I haven't played in quite some time at this point, but painting was always a love of mine. 3 out of 4 already, just waiting on one more to return, and then we could get started with our picking phase, and then we should get into the game pretty soon here. Can't believe they skipped Total War Warhammer 4 right into 40,000. Who knows with the naming schemes, right? It's like Xbox making Xbox One after they made Xbox 360. Numbers don't mean anything anymore. Terra Invicta is amazing. Terra, that's scratching something in my brain. Terra Invicta, let me look at that. Okay, so this is the thing that was like XCOM adjacent. An alien invasion has fractured humanity into different ideological factions with a unique vision for the future. Lead your faction to take control of the nations and expand across the solar system. All right, yeah. That's been on my wish list forever, and I don't know why I haven't bought it yet, but that is right up my alley. Terra Invicta. I'll have to dig into that a little bit more. Yeah, super cool stuff. Terra Invicta is a total mess. Terra Invicta is amazing. The duality of gamers. It's from the Long War devs. Okay, sure. The Long War, a famous XCOM mod, which really makes XCOM into... XCOM, which is already a bananas bonkers game. It really makes it... turns it up to 11, as it were. A 4X XCOM. Crazy. I mean, grand strategy space battles are my thing. It's a shame that I've been out of the loop on Stellaris for so long that I don't even know how to play it anymore. Stellaris with, of course, the famous Paradox grand strategy. Paradox known for dropping 90 different DLCs over time and supporting one game for a decade, which is really cool, and I like that style. The trouble is, and Stellaris more than most, I think, has really shifted a lot over time. Like they've had some massive changes to how the game works. But like, it's if you don't play for a year or two and you come back and there's been so many mechanical changes to the game and how things work, you're like, I don't even know how to play anymore. I've got 500 hours in this game and I'm not sure how to play it anymore. It's trying to do too many things and none of it well. That's for Terra Invicta. Yeah, maybe so. I know it was in early access for a long time. Terra Invicta. Is it still? It might be. I could probably look it up super quick. Terra Invicta. Oh, it's in 1.0. So it is allegedly released, but that doesn't mean anything these days. 35% off. You can buy it for $25. Might have to give it a shot. I'll take a look at it, even if it is a mess. Sometimes messes are still fun, right? You know, there's plenty of games that are a mess and that we love playing. I don't think I'd call Dune Spice Wars a mess. They've done a pretty good job cleaning it up, but there are some things that are messes, but still fun. All right, boys. Any minute now. Let's go. The crowd's getting antsy, or at least the caster is. There's some trash talk going down in the Discord. Yep, I think we're just waiting for folks to come back. Just for somebody to come back. Cream says Calamity has donated 60 to the prize pool. Calamity, did you actually give money to Cream? You dog, you. Thank you so much, brother. We really appreciate it, being able to hype the community up a little more, hype the players up a little more. So, $160 to the winner today. 160 bucks, not too bad. Beats a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Dune Awakening I'd classify as a mess. Yeah, that's probably fair. Dune Awakening's a fun mess. We enjoyed playing in the mud as children. We're just playing in the digital mud out here. Shout out to Calamity. He dropped a donation on my stream earlier. You still around, brother? Appreciate you tossing some bucks into the community. It's really, really nice to just to get everybody a little more excited about things. Battlefleet Gothic 2 was so cool, the devs abandoned it. I know, John Freeman. I loved Battlefleet Gothic 2. I thought they did a really great job at it. I was having a great time playing through it single player, and I was excited to make it more of a multiplayer kind of thing, or get into like some competitive Battlefleet Gothic 2, but it just felt like it kind of crashed and died for no particular reason. I thought the game was very solid. I feel balance-wise, it probably needed a few passes on it, but still, it was a good time. What are you gonna play? Now, I'm not playing anything today. Today we're just watching. What am I gonna play in the future? Well, that's what we've been talking about. All kinds of stuff. I don't have anything that's like makes me want to be a content creator for it necessarily, or the stuff that I am excited in is already so what's the word, so saturated. There's like a million people that already make like a million videos every day about it, so I'm like, I don't know if they need like another guy making Age of Empires 4 videos when there's already 50 Age of Empires 4 content creators. So I don't know. Spice Wars seems to be the niche that I'm stuck in forever, so we'll just keep making Spice Wars for now, and we'll find more stuff later. We're playing the Navigators Guild today. Oh, if only, yeah. We'll play the Navigators, or who else? The Beni Tlaxu. Let's take the Honored Matres out and play them today on Arrakis. See what we can get. There was opportunity. There was stuff you could have kept doing, Shiro. You could have kept making DLC for us. We would have bought it. Have you tried BattleTech Rogue Tech? I mean, I know the BattleTech universe quite well. I loved the turn-based game they made for it. I think it was just called BattleTech. Yeah, I was just playing BattleTech. Developed by Harebrained Schemes, published by Paradox. The BattleTech turn-based was incredible. This was way back in 2018. Ooh, really old at this point, but damn, that was a hell of a game. That was so good. But, you know, of course, over the years, I'd played all the Mech Warriors and all that good stuff. Those things were amazing. I love that BattleTech universe. That would be super fun. Your Spice Wars guides have been 10 out of 100 so far? I'm going to choose to believe that that's a typo and you meant 10 out of 10 or 100 out of 100. because 10 out of 100 is not such a good score. Yeah, your Spice Wars guys have been 10% so far. Oh, thanks, brother. I appreciate that. The Dune board game was a load of house issue. Yeah. I mean, there's so much expanded Dune content out there that you could draw stuff from. Who was it? It was his son, not Frank Herbert, but little boy Herbert. What's his name? Not Frank Herbert. Who's Brian Herbert? The expanded Dune books. The expanded Dune books really were hit or miss. Some of them were really fun, I think, but but he just like there's a ton of those of the expanded Dune universe that pull in and at least mention all kinds of different houses and stuff, and all kinds of different things. So I mean, it's not like we're lacking on Dune content because there's not enough content out there to work off of. We're lacking in content because, I don't know, not enough people bought Spice Wars, and or Shiro wanted to make more Northgard stuff. Honestly, I like Northgard, but it wasn't a competitive game for me that was interesting. Nothing quite does the Spice Wars itch. A lot of retcon in his books. Yeah, the Brian stuff is all over the place. Honestly, the Frank Herbert stuff is all over the place too. Once you get out of the first 2 or 3 OG Frank Herbert novels, they get weird as hell. But that's fine. That's fine. All right, boys. Who we waiting on? Let's name and shame here. Keep feeding. Keep feeding. We're gonna bump him back in the pick order because he's taking too long. Ooh. Cat nuns. Shira's making an open world game now? Oh, okay, that's not exciting. I love the game. Marketing's not great. Yeah. I mean, most people just aren't familiar with the Spice Wars. The old Spice Wars. It is truly like a tiny little indie game that never reached a huge audience kind of thing, but we're pressuring him. Okay, good. Keep bullying him, Johnny. We've had a number of people over the years. Well, we played a tournament at some point, and someone was like, "Oh, I thought it was gonna be longer, so like I'm walking to the store." I feel like that was Kenry. someone went out to like a walk to the store or something to get lunch when we're in the midst of like waiting for them to play a tournament game. I'm like, "No, what are you doing?" It was like we were taking a 2-minute break, and now it's a 20-minute break. Unfortunately, these things happen in the live games, but that's all right. That's all right. We got a good healthy chat today. Look up spacecraft. That's the new thing. Is it the new thing? Spacecraft on Steam. An online space exploration. Oh, the new Shiro thing. Exploration and building in solar systems. I mean, that looks very unlike anything they've done in the past. I mean, I like a nice space game, but this just looks like No Man's Sky with extra work. Oh well. Maybe it'll be good. We'll keep an eye on it. There's a lot of things we keep an eye on, and we don't always pick them up. Zool tried his first multiplayer game 2 days ago as Fremen and got utterly destroyed. Yeah, there's a pretty steep learning curve. There's a pretty steep learning curve. You kind of hit the curb when you're trying to figure out how to play Dune Spice Wars with people who already know. Because it is a very unique game, especially combat-wise, it's fairly unintuitive about why you won or why you lost. It is not beginner-friendly. Takes a fair bit to get used to. But very rewarding. Ton of fun. And I know I personally in multiplayer games have a bit of that ladder anxiety where, you know, especially playing like a 1v1, it just gives me anxiety. It makes me nervous to queue into a 1v1 game for no particular reason at all. But I feel like that anxiety is released when it's a bigger game. You know, that's why I think team games are often more popular formats than RTSs. Everyone's happy to play a 4v4 because it doesn't feel like there's so much pressure on you. Likewise, if you're playing a 1v1v1v1, in a free-for-all game, I feel like it's a lot of pressure off you. So like if you're doing really badly or you're just struggling for that day for whatever reason, you know, there's other players that are, you know, can take some of the weight off you. Or, you know, even if you don't win, you could do interesting things and be, you know, instrumental in what the game's going through. And I don't know, the nature of the free-for-all stuff is so different than ye old sweaty 1v1 in RTS games. I feel like it's easier to play, easier to get into, even if the complexity of it is things that most people are not used to. Used to be very good at Warcraft 3, but got too old. Yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you. We did. I don't know if anybody had watched, but we did. Turin hosted a beginners Warcraft 3 tournament. Turin, of course, famously, my buddy Turin, the streamer, who I assume most of you are aware of. He is a full-time streamer. He mostly does Total War content, but jumps around, does all kinds of things. He once had a long stint of playing a lot of Dune Spice Wars, and that was what got me into streaming Dune Spice Wars. So my buddy Turin famously played in the Grubby Invitational, where the big streamer, the famous Warcraft 3 streamer Grubby, was doing an invitational of other streamers, and Turin managed second place in that, which was really cool, and he had a great time. And then he hosted his own new players tournament with people from his Discord and his sort of circle of buddies, and I finished third in that one. So I think we had maybe 30 signups, and then we took the top 8 players or so and played it out through a day. So Turin's got a stream somewhere on his channel of his Warcraft 3 new players tournament, and I crushed my first opponent, and then my second opponent was Orange Pest, who is famous from the Company of Heroes scene. Orange Pest was the #1 Company of Heroes player for several years. You know, #1 or at least like top 2, top 3, like top tier, you know, esports player. And I took him to 5 games. I beat him twice, and he got me 3 times. So he took me out in the semifinals, and then he lost to Anticity of Total War fame in the grand finals of that Warcraft 3 beginner tournament. So yeah, I was playing aggressive, competitive Warcraft 3 just last year. I think it was last year. It's hard to keep track of time, but Warcraft 3 still slaps, though I find it also extremely stressful. Modern Warcraft 3, being such an old game at this point, is so solved in many ways. Like, there is a very, very particular way that, you know, to play to be optimized, and it's really easy to not be optimized and to fall way far behind just from someone else who's following a simple sort of strategy that is, you know, the optimal meta strategy, just because it's an old game at this point. I mean, I was playing Warcraft 3 literally 22 years ago, something like that. It's a hell of a game. Hell of a game. We might never get another Warcraft 3. Are we picking? Feeding has arrived, allegedly. Crash Pine has grabbed smugglers. Maybe we're going. Beach Cat claims Atreides. I think it's happening. It's happening, folks. Our long wait has been rewarded. We are going to get a Dune Spice Wars Grand Finals game. Hells to the yeah. We are, I don't know, 45 minutes after our previous game, so it took a little while. Not the speediest game. Who the hell needs a 15-minute break in the middle of a tournament? That's not allowed. Not in my tournaments. You're lucky I don't host tournaments, but if I did, you don't get 15-minute breaks. That's ridiculous. We're trying to fill the airtime here, folks. Cream gets his beloved Fremen, and we're gonna see some violence today, folks. Smugglers and Fremen again, so it's gonna be a low voting Landsrad lobby, and Keep Feeding has claimed Corrino. All right. So similar to our last match, we've got the Smugs and the Fremen, but instead of Harkonnen and Corrino, we've got Atreides and Corrino. No Vernius, no Ekaz today, as predicted. But, c'est la vie. Everybody's ready. We ought to be able to get into it. We're spectating. Event timers are slow for the Landsrad. All victory conditions are turned on. Bump, bump, bump. Bob's your uncle. Looking good. TMB and Johnny Drama spectating. Let's do it. Let's do it. Go on, do it. We've been waiting all day for this game to start. Let's go. Now, these lads are properly all in Discord together. So they are chatting. So we might not get as much text chat. I mean, they're all in the same chat, so we will get to see when they're sending private messages to one another that they maybe don't want everybody else to see. But we're off. We're game launched on the grand finals of the first Dune Spice Wars 2026 tournament. Thanks for joining, everybody. Ought to have a real banger of a game here today. See how it goes. We got a great game one. If you are joining late, our group stage game was really, really good, very dynamic, lots of combat. Came down to the absolute wire, like you really want a Spice Wars game to do. A lot of fun there. And we can hope this one lives up to the hype that the group stage had for us. And let's go. We see the Fremen start off seeing all of those sieges, thanks to our boy Stilgar. We've got Fremen up north, piloted by Cream, with Jamis, the Sand Killers, and Stilgar. So Jamis instead of Mother Amalo. Jamis gives you extra authority upon liberating, boosts up the strength of your military units when they're outside of your territory, and in theory can trade authority for manpower, though I have virtually never seen that happen. We've also got to the west, keep feeding on House Corrino, Princess Urgulan, Hasamir Fenring, A Tale as Old as Time. Beachcat over to the east on Thurfer Howitt and Lady Jessica, also very standard. Thurfer gives you extra agent traits, lets you boost the speed of operations and construction of things. And of course, Lady Jessica with the voice allows you to spend influence to force truces on other factions. The most annoying thing in the game. And a mechanic I personally pride myself on forgetting every time I play. And finally, we got Crash Pine down south, Staban Tuic to an extra underworld extension slot, and Lashan Hara. Every time a trade goes through, gain an information level, and the information levels reduce slower, and each information level you have on another player gives you Solari and influence. What are information levels, you say? Maybe if you're not as familiar. Information levels are, when you're putting agents on other factions, like you would do to build up information levels to assassinate them. They get information level growth just by trades with people, and when these levels are higher, then they get a constant income of stuff. It's sort of an interesting way to play. It's a way to you can build up information levels, and by doing that, you also get you get a big income of 3 intel for every agent you have on someone. So it allows you to sort of juice your intel, and then while you're juicing your intel, it's giving you extra influence and extra money as well. So interesting. Lashan Hara, a kind of a cool niche pick these days. A little surprised to not see Stakhanov. Stakhanov's usually pretty omnipresent from what I see, but Lashan Hara, I think, has some appreciators in the weirder parts of the smuggler community. A lot of space down here for the smugglers. Only really one desert for the Fremen to work with, but it looks viable as a surround, though you will be pretty close to Corrino land and perilously close to Atreides land. I mean, you would have to take the Observatory Mountain in order to complete your deep desert surround, and it is just a short missile throw from the Atreides main base there. So that's maybe might be a reach unless you're really beating the Atreides down. Atreides speaking to the smugglers speaking to the Atreides. Some early game chat going down. Let's start with the Fremen. We'll take a look at their spot. Fremen on at least probably 2 spice here. To the east, there's another spice they could grab a hold of. There's another one down in the middle of the map, maybe 4 spice, although you're already very close to Imperial lands here, so not a ton of spice access. It's not like the month 2 5 spice that we saw in our previous game. But what we do also have a Moondew Vale, safely nestled in the backfield, and the ever valuable White Rift over to the east, and it's almost certainly a Fremen White Rift here, unless there's some massive combat between the Atreides and the Fremen. It's a Fremen base there. Down here, we've got the Observatory Mountain, very near to the Atreides lands, but also technically surrounding the deep desert, so will be a point of contention. And then down the southern end of the desert, we also have the acid lakes, very valuable for the research hub and just as a defensive pace, being able to ground units losing their health per day when they come into it. Interesting. Nothing amazing for the Fremen to work with. In fact, they seem a little boxed in. They're pretty close to both of their neighbors here, and there's a lot of space for the smugglers. The smugglers are far away from everybody else, which they love. We'll see if Crash Pine is able to take advantage of that. This looks like a pretty choice location for Crash Pine. All your neighbors clustered up on the top of the map. Tons of space for you to pillage things. Very interesting. Let's move along. Let's take a look over on the Atreides with Beach Cat. Beach Cat piloted the previous game we cast was the House Corrino. So we'll see what he can do with the boys in green. He's got himself a little extra money into water. Yeah, those are not that impressive as far as traits go. Extra 20% resource production on your Plascrete. That's okay. Nothing too amazing. So we talked about how he's got some good stuff. Energy source, energy source, energy source. Those are nice, but they're also they also attract the Fremen. Like I said, the Fremen love their energy sources. But up north, we've got potentially a spice right next to the White Rift. We've got the Observatory Mountain, which you need to hold in order to keep the Fremen from their deep desert surround. To the west are the Acid Lakes, but that's probably kind of pretty Fremen-coded there. Even this Mirror Basin is also probably right next to the Acid Lakes. That's going to bunker opportunity for the Fremen to hold a big chunk of the center of the map. Oh, it's not a great Atreides start. Down south, you got the Imperial Basin. It's fine, but you got just rocky terrain, mountainous terrain here. That's nothing. This is a nothing. This is a nothing. This is a nothing. And then, you don't need this many fuel cells. This is the mountains over here as well. But there's just not a lot to work with. They just got a lot of empty territory around them. Way down south, you've got Sandfall, but I would not be surprised to see the smugglers scoop that up before the Atreides even get there. It's not my favorite Atreides spot that I've seen. It's gonna be a bit thin on the ground to work with. We'll see what he can do with it. We'll save the smugglers for last because I feel like we'll be gushing about them. We do have some aggressive westward. I guess not that aggressive. It just looks that way. First Landsrat is up. Landsrat examination, Imperial Missionaries, Scientific Congress. Nothing super exciting there. We'll come back to it and look at it a bit. It's just the first region for the Corrino pushes way north, and the first region for Fremen pushes way south, so they're already almost touching tips. Probably bad news for Corrino. They're likely to get bullied in this Fremen relationship here. We'll see if Keep Feeding can hold the line. Early game Corrino versus early game Fremen is one of the least fun things to do. You got spice up here, but it's pretty exposed to the Fremen. Where's our base? Our base is down here. We've got a space cruiser wreck. That's nice enough, though. You don't struggle too much with space parts for the House Corrino. This is unfortunately not so great. This is okay. What do we got here? It's okay. You do like an abandoned Imperial station next to the base, but it would be nice if it had some good traits on it, which it doesn't. This is junk. This is junk. Not very exciting. Down here, he's grabbed a spice field. He does have a well of riches down here. Not exciting. Not exciting. Way down here is a great volcano, which is probably smugglery. If we head towards the mid, there's another spice field, but it's okay. This one, at least, if you combo it with this and the Polar Sink, could be a bit of a decent middle bunker here. I think you could probably get missile turrets right here for a triple defense. That would be nice to get your hands on. Or because at least this one is kind of worthless, it would be totally reasonable to drop a base here and be pretty protected. Because you're not vulnerable to the smugglers, because the smugglers really would probably not want to walk across the open desert of the Worm Nest to come attack. We'll see. We'll see. We got no combat breaking out, so peaceful so far. I'm interested to see what the Fremen plans are. A lot of Fremen infiltrators on the field right now. And the last, but not least, Smugs have an incredible spawn. Like we said, just, you know, you could actually see like half the map, and there's basically no one on it. It's just empty territory that is the Smugs to play with. Now, this sort of layout benefits best a really experienced smuggler player, which Crashpine is maybe not. We think he's the newest player here, the underdog Smugs. This really benefits a super experienced player who can have 2 or 3 different armies and be microing all of them to just pillage everything. And then you end up with like 100,000 Solari, in which you could either use to buy the whole Cho market or just buy a literally limitless supply of mercenaries to fight anything you wanted to fight. It's an interesting position to be in. He's got a worm nest above him very easily, very Fremen or very smuggler coated worm nest there. The village is very close to him. Easy fuel sources close by. 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice already. So he's putting some love on the fast spice fields. So easy 3 spice plus a worm nest, which is pretty good. Worm nest gives you 25% additional spice. Does he have any extra spice he could grab? Not really, but that was more than enough. That's going to be a lot of spice, plus the spice that you can siphon off of other people. Could be an economic powerhouse smuggler if he's able to really turn it that well. Special region-wise, we got the worm nest here. Great volcano to the west. Way to the west is a well of riches, though you might need to tussle with Corrino to get it. The village is a bit more favorable for smugglers, though, so it would be possible for the smugglers to grab it. To the east, you've got Sandfall, also probably in smuggler purview here. So at least 3, I think 3 pretty safe specials the smugglers could grab hold of. Potentially 4 if they yoink that away from Corrino, or the middle is also very viable for smugglers, but will be a bit more Corrino favored when the bunkers situation starts going up. I don't know, our big winner, I think, in terms of terrain, is the smugglers. After that, I think everybody else is just a loser. Nobody's got anything really great to work with. Misa says he thinks Atreides will abuse the smug's newness to win. I mean, smugglers are one of the highest skill ceiling and floor factions. Take a lot of knowledge in order to pilot well. Very dynamic, can do a lot of crazy things. We always see a smuggler in just about every competitive finale because they're just capable of, you know, taking 1 and 1 and equaling 4. It's they can really pull stuff out when you don't expect them to. It's pretty wild. Atreides will grab Basin, which probably Smug should cap super early. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Misa's got some predictions here. My guys die of thirst when I try to micro multiple armies. Yeah, well, that's why I said you need to be capable to do it. Not trying to throw shade, but yeah, it's a very frenetic play style when you've got multiple armies. You know, you're trying to build out your base, you're trying to, you know, attack multiple places at the same time, you're trying to make sure your snipers aren't tanking when you're attacking multiple places at the same time. It's a lot of work to do, and there's not really a time when you get to rest. When you've got this much territory, if you're playing optimally, you're pillaging 24/7 all the time. There'll be so much stuff. So, spice reserves, obviously, 3 harvesters in favor of smugglers. But honestly, Corrino's not too far behind. 1 harvester making 59 for them. Oh, they have 2 harvesters, actually. Or at least they should. Maybe this guy got eaten by a worm? No. What is this? He's got research hub limit and statecraft building resource production. And he's gone all in on his research hubs. They're making 1.4 knowledge each, which is fine. I guess he just really likes research. We don't even have a spice refinery down here yet. We do see a quick alliance over here from Cream on the Fremen. All building upkeep is reduced by 20%. Toolmakers, that's an incredible alliance. Love that one. Pretty nice for Corrino too, actually, if they do get that. Though you do hate to leave a Fremen siege in your backyard. That's a deal with the devil. Though the whole Fremen empire is in his front yard, so we'll see. Closet Vernius player capping 3 spice first. Or no, the Closet Vernius player is the knowledge building. Yeah, he's going for the investment office. You could double investment office this, which would let you get all the way up to, I guess one investment office will let you have 4, and if you build a second investment office, you won't have any space for anything else. Regardless, there's going to be a lot of influence, or not influence, a lot of knowledge here. They're going to be a very smart Corrino. Landsred kicking off in just a moment here. Landsred number 2. I forgot to check the last one, but it wasn't exciting. I forgot about it immediately. Foreign recruitment lets you build up your army faster. Infrastructure control lets you build up your empire faster. Imperial audit, a little speed into the political game. Probably beneficial for Atreides and Corrino, who both actually love Landsred standing. Though the dominant power in the Senate is still the House's Minor. So we'll see what the House's Minor went to have happen. Can you focus on Corrino to see the knowledge? Yeah, we can. We'll take a look at what that knowledge is kicking out at the moment. We've got Imperial influence on all of these, changing everything to all factions. So hardly matters. Everybody's going to get everything. A little unusual because Corrino is in a, Atreides and Corrino could pick whichever ones they want, but instead Corrino just opted to give everything to everybody. It's a nice gift for the smugglers and the Fremen, one they certainly didn't deserve. Oh, Fremen liberating Atreides in the north. We're not shocked to see it. What do our army's value look like? 26 for the Atreides right now, 34 for the Fremen. Yep, classic Fremen gameplay. Fairly aggressive of the Atreides to have grabbed that. Maybe, I wonder what they can see of the world. Not shared vision. How do I turn off no fog? Switch to this player's vision. Let's do that. So this is what the Atreides can see. So they should know that there was a Fremen empire up here. And then grabbing that would be a bit far. Delve too greedily and too deep. Classic. And getting liberated by the Fremen for it. And of course we got Jamis here who's going to hand out 70 authority for liberating a village. Just a free gift to the Fremen up there. Looks like down south our smugglers are all in on the spice plan. Picking up 4th spice field, the vaunted worm nest. Spice field, Fremen only have 4 territories and they're all spice, or not the Fremen, smugglers only have 4 territories and they're all spice fields. Oop, looks like they got Lady Jessica. The Fremen accepted a trade from the Atreides. Did they betray him is the question. No. How do I look that up? Faction status, yep. Traitor. So the Fremen got Cream got Lady Jessica by Beach Cat, but then just immediately betrayed it. It's going to cost him some influence production. It's going to cost him a penalty to his Chom spice rate for the next 20 days, but it gives him a 20% damage bonus against the Atreides, and he already had 0 votes, so that doesn't matter. Fremen famously don't particularly care about the betrayals, which is not so great for Lady Jessica and the Atreides. So we are seeing what appears to be the slow and steady capture of surrounding desert regions. At least a fair bit so far. We're not sure if he's going to make it all the way, because it is a bit of a stretch in order to try to claim Observatory Mountain. This is like, it's so close to the main base, it's proper blood feud territory. Joe, we got 15% on Corrino. So Corrino going big in the early. I was thinking that they would be poor, but they've managed to at least get to the market before anyone else. I mean, spice-wise, we're not, though we've got 3 harvesters online, we're not seeing it convert into a lot of spice. because we haven't picked up any yellow tech, so we don't have even leveled, we don't even have bonus teams or anything for the smugglers. Meanwhile, Corrino's down to Cho integration, picking up crew training and Cho manipulation. He's going all in on the economic side of things. Very standard economic stuff. A little bit of expansion, and now leaning heavily into the military for the Fremen. Atreides, no military at all. It's a bold plan, Cotton. Straight up to sustainable spying and spying mastery. Now, these are very common pickups for Thurfer Howat play, but it feels to me like incredibly greedy to prioritize these early on. Agents assigned to CHOAM, Landsrad, Space and Guild produce 50% more of their resources. If their traits are present on information field, their traits apply twice. That's really cool stuff with Thurfer, and it's hard to quantify exactly how much value you get. And it's neat, it's cool, but oh god, no red stuff at all? Ooh, it feels very vulnerable to me. You're really at the mercy of the Fremen. We'll see. Do we have any defensive? We don't have anything defenses up. We're just hoping and praying the Fremen don't come in. And they seem quite busy to the west now, at least. We see the Fremen picking up the Mundu Vale over there. Not a lot from the Corrino. They look like they're pillaging things, by and large, over here. And down south, we've just seen a lot of pillaging from the smugglers as well. Fremen are broke, actually. They're in the negative. They have got no money. We talked about how their start was fairly constrained here, and they haven't been able to turn it into anything economic. Help me balance this budget, spending 120 Solari a day on armies. Well, Fremen, don't spend all that money on armies. No. They're gonna need to. He's sinking deeper into the negative. He's gonna need to come up with some sort of plan with that. He ought to be fine if he gets some of these pillages off, which he is prioritizing doing right now. 1 pillage, 2 pillage. That'll get him back in the green, but he's gonna sink back down. Negative 85 daily on Corrino, so they are also broke. Though Corrino at least has a bunch of shares to show for it. House Atreides bought 10 shares just for funsies. That's weird. We've got 139 daily for Corrino. They're really trying to eke out the most value they can with those 2 spice harvesters. He's marching east. We'll see what he does. We've got a very far off force of smugglers out here. He needs a loot drone with that army, but hasn't picked up any of his energy source yet. Slow and steady expansion. We've got Atreides pick up their energy sources, are putting down a Spacing Guild branch. Wow, that feels early to me. Spacing Guild branch, very expensive. It costs as much as a main base building, basically. Gonna rush the flagship for what is it? Is it the Kraken? Kraken is online. A choice. Not a choice I would make with the Atreides. I would be trying to focus maybe a little more on economy and defense and military, given the state of your neighborhood. Or at least be expanding aggressively southward so that you suck up some of that free territory that's all sitting in the smugglers' land. Smugs do not have Stakhanov. They have Hara and Tuik. Which they have a beautiful Stakhanov empire, unfortunately, but didn't take Stakhanov to take advantage of it. Another Landsrad, research investments, diplomatic congress, private mandate. And we're already seeing quite a bit of Landsrad for both Atreides and Corrino. Atreides making 28 a council, 19 a council for Corrino. If we check diplomacy real quick, we've got Fremen at war with everybody, and then Atreides fully treated up political, trade, and research, and non-aggression with both smugglers and Corrino. Okay. And then war between Corrino and smugglers, but they haven't really encountered each other yet. Not a ton of votes to work with. We do see main base-wise, we've got Research Center and Embassy online. We're also getting Intelligent Agency and Landsred online, leaning deep into the blue for Atreides. I gotta think that they're planning some sort of political play with this, but I don't know, maybe not, because they're not going for their 150 votes because they're not going to have enough blue districts to put in their 3 spot. They're just going to have +6 influence, +10 intel. Curious. Curiouser and curiouser as they finish up their spying mastery. What is this? Corrino finishing up their econ stuff, crew training and show manipulation. Also picking up outpost logistics for some more expansion here. Fremen finishing up military propaganda, which will be a big timing for them if they want to go fight somebody. Deep in the red already for the smugglers. They've got looting and industrial scavenging. They got to get themselves a scavenging drone on the field. Finally starting to pick up tinker teams and Chonbranch. I mean, they have so much spice. They went 4 spice fields right off the bat. They needed to go straight into the underworld contacts, really, but we'll see. They've gone so deep into the red and they've got nobody to fight. All they're doing is pillaging. You could have done that with just 45 command points. No. Anyways, Landsred went through. Everybody did get a boost on their economy tech. Diplomatic Congress. Smugglers get peace with everybody. And smugglers opted for a bounty on the private mandate, which everyone was happy to take. So it paid out 2,300 Solari to Corrino, 2,300 to the Atreides, and smugglers in return get 100% more resources from pillaging, which is honestly a pretty decent deal for them because they could probably get a lot of pillaging done. Now, more than ever, when I was talking about your split pillaging, more than ever, you really want to, well, you've got this 20-day window of double rewards. My man, split your army into 2 armies and at least be pillaging 2 things at the same time. It's, I want to say it's so much more efficient. It is 100% more efficient, obviously. Maybe Atreides is gambling on being bailed out by Corrino. Maybe. Army-wise, we've got Atreides at 39, and Fremen going straight up to 65, 62, and the Fremen army posturing over in Atreides lands. I don't know. I would be concerned if I was the Atreides. Atreides still sitting on 0 red tech, so they don't even have their armory unlocked. They cannot build military bases. They don't have any extra command points. Beach Cat flying a bit close to the sun, maybe. There's an infiltration cell here? It's getting attacked by the Fremen. Who's putting infiltration cells up? Is that from... Oh, it's from the smugglers. The smugglers have an infiltration cell on the Atreides. And see, now it feels so bad to have your Spacing Guild branch here, and it's going to be liberated and or just straight up destroyed by the Fremen. Feels so bad. Oh, Lord. Nothing the Atreides can do about it. They cannot contest a juiced up Fremen army in the open field. The only chance they have is defensive. They could force a truce on her with Jessica, and then the Fremen will be happy to break that and ignore them. Fremen might be broke doing that, but they're at least in the green at the moment. The lobby is in general extraordinarily poor. We do have 6k on the smugglers, though they're not spending it. Chome Market, 18% House Corrino, because literally no one else has done anything. I feel like Atreides had 10 shares at one point. Did they have 5 shares and they sold 5? This is a weird game. Liberation going down from the Fremen yet again, of course. I don't think the Fremen... They know that they're stronger. I don't think they quite realize how much stronger they are than the Atreides. I also suspect that just at a personal level, Cream enjoys beating up Beach Cat a little bit more. I think, not to start any fights here, but I feel like Cream's maybe a bit of a bully and Beach Cat's maybe a bit of a punching bag, but who knows? I'm not in the community that much anymore. But in this exact scenario, Cream is absolutely the bully, and Beach Cat is the punching bag. The Fremen have accepted a truce, but nope, it is, I imagine, immediately betrayed. A traitor once again for the Fremen. It'll limit their influence and their chome rate. That's, you know, it's a kick in the balls. It does hurt their economy a fair bit by forcing them to be traitors over and over again. It's going to put him in the red, but he's still fine, honestly. And it's not like it's going to dissuade him from doing what he's doing. We haven't had any further annexes yet. It does look like maybe they're making a run on the Well of Riches. Nope, maybe. We'll see. Just sitting on our spice fields. Has he got any blue tech yet? Or yellow tech? He went up to Chome integration, but instead of filling out his underworld contacts or his Chome supporters, going foot in the door. Strange to see such a heavy spice emphasis early on and then not exploit it with faster yellow tech. I think this is maybe we did finish the liberate there. I think this is maybe having like a plan, a build order in mind, as it were, for what you're going to get tech-wise, development-wise, and then not adjusting to the game state. Now, this is probably what he plans to do as the smugglers, but smugglers especially, you gotta play to the board. You gotta, if this is what you've got, if you start off opening on 4 spice fields, my man, you gotta lean into your spice a little bit. At the very least, even if you're not going for a Chome victory, the bennies of 30% Chome are enormous. Extra influence, especially for smugglers, is huge. Extra military power for anyone, huge. Those are gigantic bonuses. We do see some shares picked up to 80 shares purchased, boom, 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 by the smugs right now. So something's happening at least. He's gonna watch out. He's got a worm coming for him. Okay, he gets off the sand, but now he's dying of supplies. Nope. Oh no. Oh no. Everyone's thirsty. But he's back on the sand. He's by a mountain. I think he'll be okay. Damn near lost everybody to thirst there. And a worm. Classic. Fremen far from home, just on a little pillage tour around the world. Another Landsrad comes up. Super boring options, agenda contracts, economic investigations, gear regs. Gear regs kind of interesting, but we're not seeing total war from anyone at this point, so I don't think gear regs is really all that interesting. Mr. Vizzle said he missed me. I miss you too, Mr. Vizzle. Thank you. Thanks for all for joining. We got a ton of viewers in chat today. We got a lot of people watching. An interesting finals here. A very strange map gen where it seemed like nobody really got anything good except maybe the smugglers, and the smugglers with under Crash Pine are maybe our least experienced player in the lobby. So I think maybe he's struggling a little bit to figure out what to do with all of the bounty that he's been given. And indeed, we see the Fremen come way down, or not the Fremen, the Atreides came down here and snatched up Sandfall. Must have been a peaceful annex, I think, and then immediately triple build out on it from Surfer Howitt. Smugglers aren't going to love that. That is really in the smuggler backyard. You're 2 steps away from Siege Tuick here. We've got triple red and then another single red and a single red for the smugglers. Very aggressive opening for smugs, but they're not really... they might as well go fight the Atreides. The Atreides can't stop them. The Atreides stuck at home hugging the base without a lot of anything. You could come down here, you could grab this spice field. That's reasonable. You could come down here, you could grab the Imperial Basin. And we've got Fremen now continuing their deep desert surround. They still will need to come back to Observatory Mountain eventually. And my god, we've got 2 more infiltration cells up on the Atreides, courtesy of the smugglers. Have we got any infiltration cells anywhere else? No, Smugs just putting cells up on the Atreides, as if the Atreides needed any more hate coming their way. Smugs did grab the Well of Riches. It's only got an airfield on it now. You really ought to go ahead and take advantage of the fact that you get a double processing plant, but who am I to say what you should or should not do? Just more pillaging. The Fremen army, rather than beating up its neighbors, is beating up all of the neutrals. And that does give enough space for Corrino to grab themselves a third spice field here. Oh, and we had a base drop. Didn't we? Is this the original base? And this is... Which one is the original? That's the original. This is the drop. Yeah, okay, so we had a base drop up here. Very conservative. I don't know that I love it. I don't really love it at all. It kind of secures this spice, though not even like really all the way, because this village is outside of your turret range. This could still get liberated from the Fremen. It's not my favorite base drop. It's pretty cautious indeed. Maybe the big prize pool, the $160 on the line, has caused players to be a little more cautious than they would otherwise. But keep feeding's base drop here. It doesn't give me warm fuzzies. What it does do is make an absolute absurd amount of spice here. It does double up our quirks on these villages. Are we seeing aggression here? A little bit. Corrino wanted this base, and Fremen said, no, you may not. But over here we've got extra 10 Solari when the village is at least one building of each type, which it does not. You should definitely do that. That would be worth extra 30 Solari. It's making $88 a day at least, somehow. Next to it, however, is this incredible spice field with a 20% economic resource production times 5, so you get 100% more spice off of it. And another one, oh my god, actually, 20% resource production when the village is at least one building of each type, and you do. Wow, I didn't know this had that. So you've got 100% and 100%. You've got 200% more production from your buildings. That's straight up wild. At least for your economic buildings. Your red and your blues get 100%, but you got 200% of spice. So this one region is making 168 spice. Damn, that is actually kind of banging. That's a shitload of spice. But, like I said, as I recently called out, this base drop does not properly defend this base, so looks like Corrino wants to fight for it, which is a terrible idea. They kind of want to poke, but they can't poke because now we've got hiding tracks. Fremen drop their ability to stealth all of their units. 30 water too. Oh, it is indeed 30 water. Holy shit. A lot of water. Because you get 200% off of your dew collector, and it's only a 3 wind. Imagine if it was a 5 wind, it would be an outrageous amount of water. Hiding the tracks, however, hides the Fremen army, and now you can no longer poke with your conscript blob. This Fremen army also would tear this Corrino army to shreds. And they're getting liberated. Buying a little space for Atreides. What are you doing with it, Atreides? Not a ton. Oh, they peaceful annexed the middle is what they did. Okay. And they've opened with a fast research hub on it. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I don't even know what's going on in this game. These are the players we've got in our finals, I guess. Fast annex in the middle. Throw up the research hub like you do. All right. Smugglers just doing smuggling things. Haven't grabbed any more territory, just doing the pillaging stuff. Resource-wise, we see smugglers sitting on 350 authority. We see 330 authority for Corrino. People are allergic to annexing territory. Atreides at least have spent theirs doing some sort of distant, peaceful annexes. Finally grabbed themselves their southern spice field, putting them on a whopping 2 spice. Atreides putting out 48 spice a day, 78 a day for the Fremen, 257 for Corrino, and only $138 for Smugs. Yep, Smugs have not filled out their harvesters at all, which they really ought to do. Have they got the manpower? They do. They got 225 manpower. Fill out your harvester crews. You've got so much harvesters. They've opted for an intelligence agency and an administrative hall in their main base. Over in the Corrino main base, he's gone econ actually, triple yellow. But he has not put the monument in it. The monument's going over here in a currently empty base, but he's building out his red in it. Risky, but see what happens. Aggressive researching. How much knowledge is the other Corrino base? I did tell you I'd say with the other Corrino base. Knowledge-wise, this Corrino base makes 6 knowledge. He opted for the refinery, and then rather than building the 4th knowledge hub, he opted for a missile turret in order to dissuade his smuggler neighbors. So he could build another 1.8 here from the research hub, but no such luck. So not even that impressive. It was just 6 knowledge. 6 knowledge is good. It's not wow. Can I see how much knowledge everyone is making? 11 knowledge for the smugglers, 31 knowledge for the Atreides. They've research packed everybody. 27 knowledge for Corrino, and 33 knowledge for the Fremen. The Fremen also making an absurd amount of knowledge from stuff. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1. I think it's really just off of the strength of the Desert Wisdom. They've got some strong wind traps up in the Fremen lands. Back to the Landsrat. Landsrat investigations, no big deal. Eye of the Council is online. Atreides could maybe snag it for themselves. Would be a win for the Atreides. They love extra agents. They are a cool Thurfer Howat. Isn't the village next to his second base aiding at a better base drop spot? Probably. Anything I think would be a better base drop spot. Like a base drop over here? Yeah, I think over here would be better than over there. The question just being that this is a slightly more vulnerable spot. It's not even really. It would be fine. But it's a little more aggressively in the way of the Fremen steamroller, I guess. This is the drop that you say, "Don't hurt me," and this would have been the drop saying, "Come at me, bro." So he went for the "Don't hurt me" drop. There's no reason for the Fremen to come mess over here. It still gives them, free reign to come and do their desert surround kind of thing. But yeah, this would have been a more lucrative drop, I think, for sure. Assuming he's able to actually hold any of the territory around it, which is a big if at the moment, because nobody seems to be willing to build an army. He's gonna go up to 55 command points, but no one has any. We don't have any leaders on the field because he doesn't have any. He needs to hit the 10k hegemony in order to get his unlock with Sissia, which I assume is what he wants here. We've got 18% on the smugglers now, 21% on Corrino, so smugglers have finally gotten around to buying Chom. Imagine if they had started earlier. We've got pillaging going down here from Corrino, but we've got the smuggler army over here, and smugglers generally protective of their pillage grounds. Will we see smugglers go into Corrino? I don't think that would be wise. I don't think there's any reason to do that, but we do have non-aggression and a trade agreement between Corrinos and smugglers. The two Chomers have a trade agreement with each other, but Atreides have trade agreements with both Corrino and so there's both of these guys have at least 2 trade agreements, which is pretty wild. When you have trade agreements, you really, really, really want an embassy up. And there it is. We've got an embassy for Corrino, meaning they're getting an extra 10% money. They've also gone for the triple yellow, which gives them an extra 10% money. But the smugglers have the greatest pillaging loop known to man down here available to them, so money ought to be something they could come by. 1.3k a day for Corrino. Meanwhile, everyone else is making like $100. That is some money. They're hard selling. It just collapsed because a storm came over and caused all of their harvesters to fall back. But that's some good money for Corrino off of just 2 spice. 2 spice fields, making some damn fine cash there. Fremen grab another. Fremen pick up the acid lakes, meaning they only need... Okay, they need this thing at home, which has been double pillaged, so it actually has about 45 days so they could take it, unless they want to pay a premium. They need this one. Also, triple pillaged, so we don't see a deep desert surround anywhere in the near term. Triple pillaged means this is going to be outrageously expensive for months and months. You could always go over and take the Atreides land, but we're not going to see deep desert surround for some time. We may see a polar sink liberate. Do we have currently peace? Nope. Fremen's still at war with everybody. No reason the Fremen can't just walk down and liberate this. Not a damn thing the Atreides can do about it. Atreides opting for... Did someone use Arrakis diplomacy? Atreides used Arrakis... Relation gain and resources received from trade with sieges. I don't know that I've ever seen that happen. And you used it here? But you're not trading or with a siege here. Don't you have to use that on a siege? I'm terribly confused. We are getting an airfield up here, maybe eventually, but is your 55 Atreides army going to fight the 65 Fremen army? Here come the Fremen. Hidden tracks goes down, so you can't see them. Smugglers want to trade with the Atreides, but the Atreides have declined. Beachcat suggests we kill one Corrino base. Oh! Fremen veer off to the west last second because they wanted to pillage here. They are giving time to let the airfield come online for the Atreides. I don't know that he cares. He just wants to be efficient with his movement, I guess. Atreides not even really in position to... they're not even by an airfield anywhere. There's an airfield down here. They're not really in a position to even respond to this. Not a damn thing they could do about it. Out goes the polar sink, courtesy of a little extra authority. Just constantly feeding authority to Jamis on the Fremen here. How does the deep desert surround work with the mountains? The mountains count as it being surrounded, so you just need the non-mountainous stuff. But with these, he's pillaged these so many times, they're both going to be incredibly expensive. Maybe he wants Atreides to... You think he was trying to bait the Atreides in? I don't know. It's definitely not going to happen. He did go out of his way to kill the airfield down here too, so there certainly is no help coming. He's just pillaging. We did see the fuel cells finally picked up by the smugglers. Though, okay, yeah, we finally got a scavenging drone. Good boy. You needed that 2 months ago, but better late than never. Atreides marching north. Maybe they want to go pick on some Fremen lands. Just for fun. The Fremen army is also marching north, though, and they could easily worm right on top of the Atreides here. They were able to have neutrals come in just to complete this liberate for them, so the whole army is loose. We've got a big storm overhead of the Atreides, so they'll be invisible, at least, for now. They are falling back, though. Fremen are doing a little dance in the desert. I also would not recommend dancing in the acid plains. It is the worst possible place to dance.
We trust you, Liet.
Ground units will lose 10% of their health per day standing here. You'll regen it in the base, but it'll eat up a bunch of your manpower doing so. I guess he's capped out on manpower, so who cares? Corrino trying to re-grab their spice field up there. They would really love to have a couple extra spice fields working. Does this village have any traits on it that we might like? Okay, we got a little bit of spice there. This village does have economic building resource production again, which is another very nice trait that will get bonuses. So we'll be able to pull a lot of spice out of that region as well if he can keep it safe from the marauding Fremen. Meanwhile, this Crashpine is using the agent counselor. We don't know if he's got any agents up on people yet. We assume so. We've got infiltration cells around because the Imperial intelligence is out. Cannot be targeted by new infiltration cells. Can use cell search spying mission as cheaper. Chome for everybody, and manpower for everybody. Let's check agents real quick. 2 agents up at least for Crash Pine for level 1 over here and level 1 over here. He is putting cells up all over the place. More cells on the Atreides, more cells on the Fremen. Interesting. Haven't seen an assassination succeed in a long time, but you never know. Atreides are not going to be a problem. The Fremen may well be. We've got Corrino up to the blessed number, 30%. 30%, so incredible for Corrino. Their custom chome manipulation here. Every 1% of chome share gives you 0.5% of military power and extra chance to detect enemy operations. So you got 15% military power from this, and your chome market for Corrino at 30% gives you another 15% military power. So a 30% boost to the strength of your military for Corrino. Ooh, it feels real good. Real good. And it is gonna let these conscripts punch way above their weight. I think we still don't have Wencessia out because he doesn't have enough territory. He's at 8.8k. Fremen at 14, 13.5 on Atreides, 10k on the Smugglers. Not really any notable hedge cooking yet. 5 months into the game. We've got we haven't had any charters come up to play, though Atreides probably could have been feasting on him if they had just been upvoting him. People still thinking, people chatting. Oh, Crashpine asked for a minute pause. Crashpine. And they're going to sort out this, but I'd really like to see Beach Cat or even, yeah, probably just Beach Cat. I'd really like to see Beach Cat upvote some of these charters. He's eligible for everything. Get yourself a Speaker of the Council, son. Get yourself a Judge of the Council so you could use this massive influence gain to at least build an army that could defend you. Get yourself an Eye of the Council, extra agents that you can use with Thurfer Howitt. You know, come on. Come on. Nobody else has any votes. You might as well use the votes that you got. Especially because you went into the massive ×2 for the influence and intel production early in the game. Use it. Finally seeing some red stuff coming out. He's going for the triple red for the Atreides. We've got double yellow and triple red completed in the districts for the Smugglers. Over on the Corrino, we've had the triple yellow for a while. He's working on his triple red, which will then get doubled by the Emperor's Monument. We expect it to be triple red, double red here. That gives him an extra 40% health and extra 2 armor for all of his military. Another very powerful scaling for that big conscript blob. And of course we've got triple red and then went for the double blue option for the Fremen. Do we have any interesting sieges up around? Not really. These sieges have been pillaged down by the Smugglers. And no districts really built out in any of the sieges, though most of them are Fremen allied, at least at this point. This must have gotten canceled. Did we see? Yeah, the Fremen accepted a peace treaty and have betrayed it to complete their pillage in the middle. Yet again, Lady Jessica totally ineffective against the Fremen onslaught. And I'm feeling a little bullish about, we got some artillery drones. If the Corrino army ever gets to 10k and gets a hero, they will have a pretty powerful force to work with there. This is going to be a 3v1 on Cream at some point, probably. Cream's definitely in the driver's seat, determining what is happening on the map at this moment. Atreides are going to very slow grow towards any win condition. They've made an assassin. I imagine they're probably flush with intel. Not super much. Everybody else actually has more intel. Atreides make 26 intel a day, so they could be doing a lot of intel stuff. They're going to send an assassin out to stab a Fiddick in here, but they can't see him. all he could see is maybe this warrior down here. Oh, it could be a long game. Nobody's cooking any hedge. Corrino's dropped down to 29%. They need to buy up a couple more shares. Smugglers are speaking with Corrino. We're just... Okay, smugglers have picked up the Great Volcano down there. You got a smuggler army up, but there is still peace between the two of them, and they are benefiting from trade deals. Can the Atreides fight this? Atreides are up to 65. It is a very strong Fadakan army for the Fremen. How are we doing on Fremen ceremonial caves? 1, 2, just 2. 2's good. More would be better. So the 2 ceremonial caves give them a 10% boost to their power. We don't have triple red yet for the Atreides. Atreides do have Proud Liberator, which is a nice HP boost for all of their units. And I don't know. Not a lot going on. A lot of people just pillaging stuff. Here's a the Corrino has gotten the bravery up to finally take their space wreck right in their own backyard here. We did have a ceasefire came down in the middle, buying a little bit more time, I think, for the Liberate. The Fremen have accepted a trade. House Atreides hit him with Jessica yet again. And yet again, the Fremen have betrayed House Atreides. Another traitor. Interesting. Atreides' army marching up. Atreides still seem very hesitant to engage. They don't really have favorable, defensive terrain to work with anywhere here. There's not really any sort of, you got kind of a little bit of a bunker here. Already though, we've got double missile turrets, it's quite a Fremen bunker here actually. Atreides going on the Fremen base, fighting militia but eating a lot of missile fire. Of at least 4 defensive turrets, and the militia and the missiles alone are able to fight off the Atreides army. Creams was getting ready for a worm ride through the desert, but sees that is not even necessary. We do have a firm bunker scenario here. 1, 2, 3, 4 missiles. It's wild that this one could even get there. He could probably remove this missile turret and maybe stick it over here on the edge. And he could put another missile turret in over here if he had the build space, but maybe he doesn't. But regardless, this is going to be a real tough nut to crack for the Atreides. Yeah, correct, Solus. If you want to go all in military with Corrino, it's very standard actually, and we see it over here. Triple red, and then double red, and then Emperor's Monument. That the Emperor's Monument doubles the district bonuses, and then if you get the triple bonus and the double bonus, then you double those, so 40% and +2 armor. So we expect to see that once Keep Feeding gets around to it over there. Is the Fremen the only decent player? The Fremen is certainly the best player in this lobby. Beach Cat is a decent player. He's making some really curious choices here. He was he last pick? He might have been last pick. No, he was second pick. He picked after Crash Pine. So Crash Pine picked Smugglers, and then Beach Cat picked Atreides. I was gonna say maybe if he was last pick, maybe he got something he doesn't know how to do with, but Atreides and Korra are also top players, and Smugs is the underdog. Yep. Got a lands round up. War of Assassins. Assassins are fun, but there's no big deal at this point. Speaker of the Council. Finally a charter worth voting for. Atreides technically have it, Corrino spent a little bit of their influence to put the Imperial Edict on the markets and the War of Assassin. Probably Atreides here. I don't know that anyone wants to just give it to Corrino. They don't love Atreides having it, but no, it's not the end of the world. Smugglers have bountied it for themselves, and they got it. Everybody in the lobby happy to take the smugglers' money. 7,700 Solari for Atreides, 7,000 Solari for Corrino, 2,000 Solari for the Fremen, and the smugglers get to be the speaker. It's a win-win. Everyone gets rich, and the smugglers get to be speaker. Spice control markets did pass, ruining everyone's spice income, and everybody gets some assassins. Interesting. Atreides get 5 free Landsrad guards every time they betray. Well, only if they have a political entente, which they don't. Oh wait, that's the wrong guy. Which they don't. Yes. In go the Atreides. They're gonna try for a second fight. Hiding Tracks comes down. Worm Ride comes up. The Fremen army's coming in, and immediately the Atreides beat feet. Run for the hills. They've got a little bit of a bunker here. They've got at least 2 missile turrets they can defend in, and a military base. We do have a military base on the border for the Fremen here. Fremen gotta be a little bit cautious. They're out of water. Where are you going to? You're gonna have to go chill out at this base. You guys need to refill the water skins. Everyone's thirsty. Ooh, I don't know, Cream.
I'll respect my words.
Okay, he supply dropped it. Atreides coming in again. Poking that bear. Very poking. How close to 40% is Corrino? Not close. Corrino, 37. Last I saw they were 29, so they are getting there. We are seeing a Corrino Chome attempt. 100%. You wouldn't buy above more than 31% unless you were really leaning into it. Okay. Corrino's going to try and turn their 3 spice fields. Honestly, 381 spice a day is an outrageous amount. However, right now they're trading at a 0.9 rate, which is very bad. Very, very bad. Corrino hard selling into it too. 100%. They're selling into the 0.9. They've got enough to pay it out. They might want to switch to a bit of a stockpile kind of scenario here. Resource-wise, they're sitting on 4K. Atreides are backed off up top. Chome markets, pretty pricey. Probably 5,000 for 20 shares right now. 37%, 24% on the smugglers. Do Smugs have extra agents up on anybody? No. It looks like maybe their agents were captured or moved around. They're not properly assassinating anyone. They're actually sitting on comm jamming and extraction network, the sort of stuff you would expect them to have. Atreides got ceasefires and everything all queued up. Atreides going in again. Gonna try and wear down this militia. Maybe they finally get it. They're gonna continue getting blapped by the neighboring missile turrets, though you can get just out of their range. Actually, they're far enough away that you could finish this cap here. Fremen were working on this renegade base, and now have opted for a short walk through the acid lakes. They're gonna need a bit of a heal up, and they ought to be able to easily break this siege. But what they can't do is they can't stop the Atreides from coming back in over and over and over again and being really, really annoying. They're in the desert. Hidden Thumper goes down to give them a free worm ride. Down goes the Thumper. In comes the worm. A little bit of a graphical bud, a little jaunt across the desert. Here they are, home sweet home, ready to murder this warden. This warden sees his end coming. Oh, Atreides, for a second they were going in. They're thinking about it still. The warden actually gets pulled to safety. The Atreides have a couple of assassins. They're going to try and fight it. And the Fremen are being cagey. They're pulling back to their own missile turret support. And as soon as they break the siege, these additional 2 more missile turrets come online, and that is way too much right now for the Atreides to fight in. So the Atreides gotta fall back.
We're honored to
Retreat! Nothing gained, nothing really lost, except that the Atreides can't really go out pillaging, so by constantly causing grief to the Fremen, they are harming the Fremen by preventing the Fremen from pillaging and doing what they want out on the map. The Atreides army was gonna just sit here anyways. If they can force the Fremen army to sit there, that's something of a win. Smugglers have accepted a trade from Corrino, political and research agreements. So the diplomatic ties between smugglers and Corrino tightening. That's pretty good for Corrino, who is in a driver's seat, I think, yet again. He's dropped down to 36. He's got 570 shares. Price for the shares have plummeted down, though. Thanks to the incredibly bad rate. Probably everybody's stockpiling. Yep. When the sliders go up, the chom line go down. When the spice sliders go down, chom line go up. Chom line also go up if you buy shares, but that's basically how it works. But we see the purchase price dropping down to, I don't know, 2,600 for 20 shares. It's pretty decent, especially, I guess everyone's super broke by the really terrible spice rate. So, you know, smugglers could pick up some. Smugglers, I would expect to be making a lot more spice right now than they are. I guess they never went up to the underworld. Here, finally, Underworld Contacts is coming online. This gives them 2 extra crew and all their harvesters, which would have been great 5 months ago. It also lets their underworld headquarters take 20% of a village's spice production. That is huge. You know, you put a underworld headquarters over here, and you make 40 extra spice a day by siphoning it off for free from the Corrino. 40 spice a day is more than you're getting out of your worm neck. It's about what you're getting out of your worm neck. It's more than you're getting out of your normal spice fields. I just don't. She definitely should have gone for that earlier if he was thinking economically at all. Another lands rad on the line. Eye of the Council up this time. We also have Judge of the Council is upvoted. Water Sellers is upvoted as well. So those will all come up sort of in that queue. This time we got Eye of the Council. We got still dominant votes for Atreides if they want it. But we'll see if the smugglers want to bribe anyone with money. I don't know. Smugglers want to be a little cautious with how much money they're handing out. But nope, they will not be. They will pay to become Eye of the Council themselves, which is music to Corrino's ears. Atreides might well just take the offer anyways, because they're not going to be able to beat Corrino plus smugglers plus Fremen. And honestly, it's good for the Fremen too, because I think they're pretty poor. Yep, everybody gets a bit richer, and Eye of the Council goes to the smugglers. Another 5,000 Solari for, man. This used to be 20 Solari per vote, which was just ridiculous. 10 Solari is still really good, really good. Here we go. We got some aggression. The Fremen are frustrated, so they come down to try to burn this down, and the Atreides are moving in for combat. We do have the Kraken on the field. In go the assassins, but they actually get immediately mulched by the AoE from the Fedakin. So the assassins didn't get any kills off, and I think we're getting bullied by the Fremen here. We'll see. I think the Fedakin are doing real good work. I think we got too many Wardens on the field, is my take. Wardens, relatively low DPS here. And Fedakin are a lot of DPS to big clumps. It's going a little bit back and forth. 57 for Fremen, 50 for Atreides. Atreides don't like it. They dropped the ceasefire. However, Duncan is still berserk. Will Duncan follow if they leave is the question. I don't think so. Okay, he's gone out of his berserk state. They can get him home safely. Atreides forced to make 6 new units. Fremen forced to make 5 new units, so fairly close. Though I think the training was going well for the heavy Fedaykin force of Fremen here. Fedaykin damage all enemy units in front of him, ignore half of enemy armor. This was a super armored force up of a lot of wardens in the Atreides force, which were not getting the job done. Corrino, 40% chom. Is that a pulled trigger, ladies and gentlemen? The chom rate is terrible, and it's going to continue to be terrible. So that's not so great. But you certainly don't want to hit 40% unless you're going all the way. Because it's a big flag where you say, come kill me, I'm buying chom. Sounds just like that. That's the voice they make as well. Fortunately for Corrino, Atreides and Fremen locked in a bit of a blood feud over here. Fremen coming back in. Beachcat and Cream in a death struggle. We're still seeing a lot more Atreides units die than Fremen units right now. Some shuffling around of the microing order. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. There, okay, finally they're on the actual damage dealers of the Atreides force. But you are giving up some of your mobile turret as well. Each side chopping up the other side's ranged units. A worm comes in and eats a donkey, and maybe something that was fighting them. Hard to say. Othaim's got a run for it, but I don't think this trooper warden force can contest this group of Fedaykin. And indeed, we've got yet another ceasefire goes down. Everybody jumps in the Kraken to fly home. That will allow the Fremen to continue their siege here. It did get reset, actually. Corrino still on 40% chom, so they hit red flag territory and then have not bought anything else. It's not ideal. Funny enough, Corrino still has trade agreements with both Smugglers and Atreides. You'd really like to cancel that when someone's at 40% chom. Cancel your trade agreements. Don't trade with the guy who's about to win the game economically. This is 101, folks. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the guides. Fremen hero might die of thirst. I wasn't watching it. Did Othaim? Oh my god, maybe he did. I don't see Othaim on the field. Yep, Othaim's coming back. He didn't make it through the desert. Looks like the reinforcement from the nearby Siege has given the Fremen the numbers they need to bully the Atreides off here. But this is not that big a deal. It's really annoying for the Atreides to lose their Space and Guild branch. But otherwise, this is not like a critical territory or anything. It's purely the frustration of the Fremen with the Atreides. Show market. Did House Corrino either sold shares? Did you sell shares, Corrino? No, I don't think so. You bought shares here. I think probably new shares just dropped on the market, which moved Corrino under 40%. But, you know, already it's not how I would have liked things to go. Share price is pretty expensive right now, 5,000 or so. I do agree people need to focus on Atreides. Nobody else is close to any sort of win condition. Or people need to focus on Corrino, not Atreides. Atreides and nobody else are close to any sort of win condition. And Corrino at this point, making decent money despite the rates being dog shit. Bought again up to 40%. He's making 500 spice a day. If there was a decent rate for him, and it's going to continue to be bad, if this ever went up to like 2.2 or something, he would be incredibly rich. But again, at 40% though, it's like, you're saying, come kill me. I don't know why nobody's killing him yet. At the very least, you guys need to be breaking these treaties. Have we broken any treaties? Trade agreement. Trade agreement. Nope. We need to stop these trade agreements, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, all of the players in the lobby can see this great big banner that says Chom Corrino 40%. Corrino's very fortunate that no one seems to be taking it seriously yet, and I'm not entirely sure why. You know, resource-wise, oof. People are broke as hell. What happened? Diplomatic Congress is up. Could truce people out? Judge of the Council is up. Landsrad witnesses are up. None of this is very interesting or impactful. Corrino probably more than anyone wants Landsrad guards for the next 20 days or so. It's... Ooh, how did they go... Is this right? And they're actually negative 4,000? Did something... Was there a Landsrad option that made them lose money or something? It's really weird that they're so negative. I don't understand how that happened. Maybe it's a UI bug? I know, it's strange. Was it the 20 Solari per share? Did that happen? I didn't see that. Was that in the previous one? Somehow, like, I don't know, that's skipped my brain. Yeah, Solus is calling it out. 20 per share, yeah. That does suck. That does suck, but they're so rich, it's not going to be that big of an issue. Judge of the Council, Atreides finally snagged themselves an office, which gives them access to governorship, theoretically. I don't think they're really in a position to do that. They make an outrageous amount of influence, but the lobby ought to be able to stop them. We're back under 40%. We're back to 38. I don't understand. Sold 20 shares. Oh. Corrino was so poor, so deep in the red from that loss of 20 per share. They were forced to sell some shares in order to get back into green economic territory. We're seeing the mid being grabbed by the Fremen. Othaim's back on the field. We're just seeing more pillaging from the smugglers. It's boggling the mind that people aren't taking this Chom attempt more seriously. A serious Chom player, I mean, when you're really leaning into it, when you are well set up, going from 40 to 50% is about the work of a month. Now, he certainly got undercut by that resolution dumping his reserves, but he is still making more than double the rest of the lobby put together. And he's got, honestly, a pretty solid defensive army and a lot of benefit. He's getting the Kronos up now. He's got a lot of benefits in his favor defensively. We got... We don't have border defenses up or the civilian defense force, so that hurts a little bit. You should not be going siege incentives. No, my man. You gotta defend yourself. I would absolutely be going for border defense here for Corrino, but what do I know? What's the Fremen's daily hedge? I mean, people are hedging a little bit now. 47 Fremen, 37 Corrino, 40 Atreides, 59 Smugs. I mean, that's all a bit above average for everybody but Corrino. But, you know, they're at 20k, so they're far away. You know, a spice tax is every 25 days, I think. Here's Corrino back up to 40%, just in case anyone forgot. Just flashing in their face. Spice tax is every 25 days. So every 25 days you get 1,200 for your spice tax. And then, if you're making about 40 every 25 days, you're making another 1,000? Is that it? Is that math working? So maybe you get 2,000 every 25 days or so, which still means you're 2-3 months out at least from the end of the game, at best, from passive and even grabbing a couple extra territory here or there. Corrino just hanging out at home. What you want to do in this standpoint, and I forgot to do it in my game, you want to make sure you keep your scav team online. You want to scav team everything you possibly can. You want to see when other people are fighting in scav team. You want to scav team all your defenses. It's a way to really make nice influxes of money in the last second. Corrino currently broke. We got 8k on the Atreides that they refused to spend. 4k on the Smugs. Corrino bought 5 shares, bought 5 shares, bought 5 shares. 5 shares, 5 shares, 5 shares. That's so weird. So weird. I don't know if am I too old? Am I out of the loop? 41% on Corrino. They are pushing it. They're trying to push it. They're buying every minute share they could possibly get their hands on. Prices are quite expensive. Atreides steadfastly refused to buy any shares. We got a worm home from the Fremen. We got smugglers continuing to pillage. Okay. We'll see if they let the Corrino do the slowest chome push imaginable. Fremen might be going after Corrino next. They made eco deals with Smugs and Atreides. As well they should. Non-aggression pact and trade agreements up with them. Atreides and Smugs still have yet to cancel the trade agreements with... we gotta dive. Fremen coming in. They're gonna set up what I assume is to be a siege base here. If you annex this, then it gives you time and supplies you need to battle in onto the main base. Is this going to be an annex? Nope, it's a liberate. Okay. We got orbital strike coming down on them, which is going to buy some space and time here. And honestly, it's a super chunky Corrino force. They should be able to defend it. They look like they're headed south because they're more concerned about the smugglers. We got 1 missile turret. We got 2 missile turrets up on the hill and a military base. Okay, pretty solid defensive hardpoint here. 2 assassins, just for good measure. I think the assassin got murked there, but he did stab one of the Free Company, and this ought to be an easy win. Make sure you're use your scav team. Oh my god, scav team. It's so much money. It ought to be an easy win. Smugglers went for the evac to teleport out. They lost a lot, though. They managed to teleport out 6 snipers and Drisk, but they've got to remake everything else. Though it hurts me that we did not get a scav team on that. It hurts my soul. Still 41% on the Chome there. More worms from the Fremen. Are they worming right onto the base? That is the craziest worm ride I've ever seen. Looks like they are worming up. Ooh, and indeed there's a hostile worm on the field as well, hunting for him. They're hitting the spice field of Corrino. This crazy field here is making 252 spice a day. That is wild. Corrino basically choming. Ooh, another orbital strike comes down to chase off the Fremen. Orbital strike really punishing for the Fremen armies, because the Fremen armies tend to be so melee heavy. They bunch up a lot. So when a single missile falls down and hits one unit, it does a bit of splash damage that then hits all the other units around it. Tricky. Really hard to fight into for the Fremen. They constantly have to sort of pull back instead of commit. Architectural surveys is a disaster for Corrino. That puts them hugely at risk to a base snipe. However, I don't think there's a force that can really snipe them right now. Their Corrino defensive army is very strong. We see the Fremen struggling to fight into them. We saw the smugglers basically routed. I don't think the Atreides can really project any military might that far out. They could maybe load an army up into the Kraken and fly it over slowly. However, Chome dilution sucks balls. Losing 20% of your Chome shares sucks so much, and that's gonna buy a lot of time for the rest of the lobby to continue hammering at. When this comes up, what it means is you no longer need to like base kill them or need to immediately hamstring them. You could pick at them. You could pick at the edges, and as long as you do enough economic damage, you can take them out of the ability from ever really being able to climb from 30% back up to 50%. Indeed, this does pass entirely from Fremen votes. Nobody else wanted to help. Corrino did their best to try to stop it. And then Atreides votes made the architectural surveys happen. But we see the Fremen army running for the hills now. powerful hand-to-hand warriors, but missiles don't care. And, whoa, down south, we've got a forward grab peaceful annex from the Atreides, allowing them to finally get over here. I was talking about the Atreides not being able to project any force, but there we go. They got a forward base now. And they have linked up, hand in hand, arm in arm, with the smugglers, and they are pushing back the Corrino army. And the Atreides army, though poorly designed to fight the Fremen army, the massive armor on the Wardens actually goes very well into the mass conscript fam. These conscripts are incredibly buff, but large amounts of low power fire are exactly what armor is good at stopping. Though I worry that Corrino is still maybe just too buff. I don't think the Atreides can really make a big dent here. And indeed, we see Corrino has already bought back up to 40%. We do have 25k hedge on the Fremen, though, which is a danger zone. But Corrino does manage to successfully repel the joint Atreides-Corrino army. Rebuilt Fremen force coming back in here. I'm a little surprised that this is still an annex and not... a liberate and not an annex. I mean, this is not particularly important territory. Cream might be annexing just to try to cap out his own authority values, which would then maybe allow him to do a sneaky special grab at the end of the game to boost his own hedge over the limit. 1.2k a day for Corrino. They're making good money. Spice rate is now bad and is going to be bad for 18 days, but then will be very good after that. Is going to be an insane value proposition for Corrino next month, which is a long ways away. Atreides have come back in. Atreides are pillaging here, which is odd. Missile strikes go down, which is going to be... Oh, nope, missile strikes gets canceled by the comm jamming. Great play by smugglers. Comm jamming, so underappreciated. Canceling the missile strike is huge, allows them to push in. This pillage is strange here, though. You don't really want the pillage. You kind of want to liberate and or annex it. These guys getting absolutely bodied. Okay, the pillage from the Atreides falls off, and now the smugglers are pillaging. At the very least... what you want to do is you send one guy up front and you tell him to hold ground, and he just tanks those missile turrets, and then you rotate him out. That guy moves back, one other guy moves forward. You absolutely do not let the missile turrets continue firing at your blob of snipers. That's worst case scenario. And Corrino's home. Corrino comes back. Their blob is here. We do have a sizable smugglers force going in. I think maybe the Corrino blob was a little bit misplayed. Just finish off these free company, though you're taking some mad shots from the snipers. Keep Sissy safe, though she could actually, she's outrageously tanky. And we've got an evac again. Smugglers run home. Not too bad. We didn't lose too much from smugs. Corrino didn't lose too much. The Smugs lost a fair bit. They're forced to rebuild in their entire Free Company force. We've got what I assume has got to be an annex going down for the Fremen, working towards this deep desert surround. Assassination kicked off from the smugglers on the Fremen. Interesting. The plot thickens. Corrino's still only at 41%. It's the slowest chome attempt in the history of the world, which is good because the lobby's done a real shit job at punishing it. Louise thinks the Fremen have it now with 2 caps and a spice tax. They're just little baby caps. So this is only 600, this is only 600. But it is getting to danger zone. We do have a spice tax in 10 days. And we have 60 a day now on the Fremen. Fremen are looking pretty good on the hedge. That's certainly what they're banking on. You can see they're sitting on 2 regions, and they are not annexing them yet because they don't want to do any warning bells for the rest of the lobby. Corrino up to 43%. They're buying. What he wants to do now, he wants to pull this slider all the way down. Full sell now, because you already have a stockpile to pay your tax, and the game's going to be over before the next 50 days happen. So just full sell, max out your tax. Orbital strikes come down, chases out some rebels, chases out some Fremen. Where are Atreides and smugglers battling in the east? It looks like a backstab happened of some sort.
I'm at your service, sire.
Duncan goes berserk, dies of lack of water. Atreides and smugglers are fighting in the east. That's not great for the world. We got liberate going down here. Can Corrino hold off the Fremen long enough? Fremen are going to need some time still. Spice tax in 6 days, that's 1,200. That's going to put them at 26, 27, 27.2-ish. 2 caps is another 1,200. That's going to put them at 28.4-ish. So they still need 1,600. So they need at least another cap and then 1,000. They're making 600 a day, so they need, that's still 10, 15. Okay, that's doable. That's roughly 20 days. Roughly 20 days, maybe a little more if they can't squeeze out another, 30 days if they can't squeeze out an extra annex somewhere. Speakers choosing the agenda. Indeed, we do see combat in the east here. It wasn't clear who initiated it, but we definitely had war between the Fremen and the smugglers in the east. Basically, everybody is at war except the Fremen, who are at peace with the Atreides and the Smugs. Fremen trying desperately to do something, but other than that, everyone, total war. Fremen got plenty of options here. This is 372, which is a tad expensive. These are the only 2 easy annexes. The game-winning play is if the Fremen would be able to annex the space cruiser. That would be an instant win. I think it's doable. You would need to defeat the Corrino army in the open field. We don't really have any nearby sieges to reinforce from, though. Oh, you do. There's a siege right here. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's what I would do. Oh, Jesus. Atreides wins the governorship. Loss of rights fails. We got a lot going on here. I still think it's... Who do I think? I think it's probably a Fremen win. Just because this Chome attempt is, like, the worst Chome attempt I've ever seen. We got a pretty sizable stack of Corrino still. Sizable stack of Fremen. I think the game-winning play, it's absolutely a lockdown win if the Fremen are able to annex the Space Cruiser wreck, which they should be able to. I think they got the resources for it. They're at 190, and they need 230, 218 to take it. Totally doable. They would just need to get that annex off. They want to be able to annex those as well. And they're being assassinated, which I think they've detected now. Honestly, it's anyone's game. I don't know. I don't know who's going to win. I think you could go all in on the annex. The militia are even being killed by renegades. But how much does Cream not want to get assassinated? I assume he probably a lot wants to not get assassinated. Atreides coming in. Corrino up to 44%. Atreides, where are you going? Are you at war? We did have peace before. Nope. We've got war between the Fremen and the Atreides, but it's the smugglers who are assassinating the Fremen who are still at peace. So that's not good. Fremen definitely want to not be at peace with the smugglers because we did just get another reset. They're getting murdered. We've got 3 agents on both sides still. Cell here. All the cells are in the middle, actually. They're all going to get searched. 1 cell, 2 cell, 3 cells, all right next to each other. Oh, that's not ideal. That's not ideal. All the cells are going to get searched immediately. It's going to cancel the assassination. You want You always want to spread your cells out so that one search can't hit more than one cell at a time. Okay. Corrino's down to 42%. What the hell is going on with the Cho market? Corrino, they're trying to buy shares. It's just expensive, and I think more shares dropped for sale, causing their percentage to drop. Fremen fight off the Atreides. Fremen clear the cells. Some of the cells. No, not yet. They got 2 of the cells, 1 more cell going down. There's still a lot of agents on them. Is there another cell? Can we have a 4th cell? I don't think so. I think all those cells are in the middle. If we look at the point of view... Oh, there is another cell up here. Okay, we did have a 4th cell from the smugglers. 1 cell here. This assassin's going for a walk. Is he getting seen? He is, and he's murdered immediately. Okay, how... And this is getting searched. Okay, so he's pretty hosed. That assassination attempt is not gonna work. He's not gonna be able to get another assassin up into this last infiltration cell. We are also at 28k on the hedge for Fremen, so it's looking like a Fremen victory. Unless we can get some... We got 18 days on the next spice tax. Cooking 60 a day, which is really quite good. He needs to lose some territory immediately. We've got Corrino tearing apart smuggler territory. Smugglers flying in, so we're going to have Mortal Kombat here. Governorship ticking for the Atreides. This is so weird. All of these attempts are so half-assed, but there's so many going on. It's really difficult at this point to determine like what the right course of action is. It looks like the smugglers are getting absolutely shit-canned by this juiced-up Corrino force. The Wraith is going to cause a lot of trouble. I wish it had been there sooner for the smugglers. They're going to be able to clean it up after they kill the rest of these snipers. The Wraith would tear apart these conscripts. They just don't have enough health to really handle this the constant toxic purge. But also the Wraith doesn't have enough hit points to tank a dozen ranged units fighting at it. Okay, so there's a pillage going down there. Interesting. 45% Corrino. The assassination technically continuing. The progress factor is almost nothing now because he can't get an agent into it. So I think the assassination is going to fail. I think we got battle up top. Atreides trying to liberate from Corrino, which would be from Fremen, which is absolutely critical. Atreides need to win this. The lobby needs the Atreides to win this, but it's looking Fremen favored slightly. I don't know. Duncan's doing a lot of work here. Atreides may be falling back. The huge quad missile turret in the backfield, just a bit too much to fight into. Looks like the Fremen hold their land there. Really, really bad news. It's going to be a Fremen hedge victory at that rate. Corrino up to 46%. Ever so slowly. Search up how to pronounce hegemony. I know, I refuse to. You get whatever, however I pronounce it. We got another annex going down for the Fremen, which is probably going to tip it. Probably going to tip it. One more cap goes down. It's going to put them up to the 29 something. I don't even know if they need to go to spice tax. I think they get it probably with their daily hedge gain there from their cook. Liberate in the middle. Maybe it's the most token of token forces for smugglers because they lost everything to Corrino, who was trying to pillage to get extra money to buy Chom, but now they're flying home. We also have... Okay, Dune governorship, 9 more days. Portfolio scrutiny. Cannot buy Chom shares, but selling Chom shares grants extra hedge. Oh, it's got to be a Fremen win at this point. Dune governorship and loss of rights probably kicks out the Atreides because Atreides doesn't know what they have to vote for. So like Corrino votes for this, Smugglers votes for this, and Atreides loses one of them. Yeah, I think the Atreides are pretty hosed. we do have we got a lot of authority still for the Fremen, so the Fremen are rallying units down here, and they could do a cheapy distant grab of this one, and that's just like a day and a half to cap neutral territory. So it's a Fremen victory, I think. I think the combat between the smugglers and the Atreides was bad, and the combat between the Corrino and the smugglers was bad. I think just the threat assessment was maybe a little bit off from folks. This is still... Smugglers and Atreides are talking a little bit. Atreides tried to take this a lot, but it's so bunkered up. They probably should have just shifted to trying to battle in the middle, where things are way more... I guess, you know, there's still 4 missile turrets here. It's just really tough to deal with that many missile turrets. What you need is not just the Atreides alone fighting. You need other people fighting simultaneously in other places. But I don't see how the Fremen lose this. There's no liberates going down that are going to be in time. Spice in 10 days. Technically, you could liberate before that, but I think this cap probably happens in the bottom corner here without anyone noticing it. And they could just wait like 10 days and then they'll win on spice tax, or even if they didn't have spice, you could just wait like 10 days and you win on your daily cook. Atreides keep governorship, but loss of rights goes through. So, what loss of rights means the Atreides lose governorship, but then they win governorship and now have to wait another 30-day timer on it. Game's not going to make it 30 more days is the bad news. Corrino up to 47%. They're just not making quite enough money. The spice rate is pretty good for them. It's paying out 3.1 off of their 500 daily spice. 2.2k daily. They're going to make a lot of money, but there's only 13 shares for sale. There's not quite enough shares to do it. They're buying every chance they get. Shares are quite expensive. 2,500 for 5 shares. 47%. Why did this get ceasefired? I don't understand why a ceasefire went up over there. Atreides trying again, but losing the fight. Trading well enough, but the home field advantage will tip it for the Fremen. Fremen, yep, just as expected, they're doing the cap down here. Credit to the Smugs who see it in time and might be able to stop it. I think they're still going to lose to the Daily Cook, but good on the Smugs, good map awareness. They are able to stop the instant win from happening down there. They did manage to get an agent in somewhere. The assassination progression factor is still ticking. It's not going to have time without a liberate, which happens. Oh my god, I didn't see it. The Smugs successfully liberated the middle. That's huge. That buys them like a month of time to fight against the Fremen. Corrino up to 48%. Oh, it's a game, ladies and gentlemen. It is a game. The Smugs managed the middle liberation. I thought they'd gotten pushed off of that. I wasn't seeing it. Atreides picking away at the top now. Fremen super frustrated. They're all over the place. Losing the mid is catastrophic for their plans. But they're still in a pretty decent spot as long as Corrino is slow. There might still be an agent somewhere. Can they get assassinated? Where's this assassin going? The progression rate's bad. I don't think this succeeds unless he gets another agent in somewhere. Oh, he does. He's got another cell up here. It's got to be like the longest walk in the world. You got to be so careful if something sees you. But if he gets this agent in, then the Fremen will die. Spice tax in 1 day gonna push the Fremen very, very close again. A single annex or maybe another 10 days of cook or so, and it will push the Fremen back into victory. Can this assassin get there? Looks like he got a little bit of a supply drop. It's gonna be tight. He's walking. He hasn't been caught by the guards. It's continuing. The Fremen are getting ready for a worm somewhere. They're going to worm down here, maybe try to get an annex off. The assassin's getting in. 29.7k for the Fremen. They're extremely close. The assassin gets in, updates. At the current rate, the assassination will complete in 3 days. Cream has 3 days to live. The game is paused by Beachcat for some reason. Dune governorship in 19 days. Corrino down to 46%. Is that just more shares being dropped? Yeah. We've been over 40% forever. Corrino's been trying to buy. I think they're just too poor. They're just not making quite enough money. 1.2k a day, usually pretty good, but not enough for them. Atreides flying south. 2 days left on the assassination. Cream looking for an annex here. I don't think he's gonna. He doesn't have time to finish the annex. 29.8. Assassination in less than 1 day. He's starting the annex. Here's the flag. 1 day assassinations at 98%. The annex is at about 30%. This is it. This is the game here. Oh my god, he might get it. Nope, 99% on the assassination. We're about 75% of the way through the annex. 100 of 100. About 90%. Cream, he's gotta die. He's gotta die. Oh my god, he got it. Oh my god, he got it. The assassination just took too long. It was probably a 1/10 of a day away from ticking through. Unimaginable. It was 100 of 100, and he just didn't quite die yet. It's a Fremen victory. Cream manages the neutral cap at the thinnest of thin margins. Unimaginable. He looked 100% dead to me. 100% of an assassination is apparently not enough assassination. Correct, chat. You also might be confused by that, but apparently you need to not only tick, you need to tick all the way through that 100%. You need to go to 101 in order to complete the assassination. Oh, wow, that was pretty crazy. That was pretty wild. So if Cream would have died, oh my god, if Cream would have died, Atreides were at 29.3 and Corrino were at 47%. Would have been anyone's ball game. 15 days on Atreides. Atreides looked in a pretty good spot with a dead Corrino, or the dead Fremen. Could have been a Beachcat game there, maybe, if Cream had been just a 1/10 of a day slower. Shai Hulud saved the Fremen. Something saved the Fremen. Rounding up to 100% is just bad programming. That may be the case. He certainly looked the deadest of dead I've ever seen. Shit, that was wild. Chom, 47% for Corrino. Development-wise, pretty close across the board. This is actually funny. These are people going broke. The Fremen run out of Solari. The Fremen run out of Solari. The Fremen run out of Solari. House Corrino runs out of Solari. Research agreement broken. Research agreement broken. Economy-wise, Solari production was pretty good for Corrino. I feel like maybe Corrino needed to be a bit more like, I don't know. What did they need to be a bit more? They needed more money, obviously. They were pretty hosed by the 20% coming out in the Landsrad, losing 20%. That definitely sort of cost them the game. They could have chomed up because people didn't seem to take the Corrino chom very seriously. I don't know if maybe they could have gotten out and gotten more pillages across the map. Maybe they could have been more aggressive with scav teams to make up some money there. But they were just short, just a bit. I don't know why they, yeah. I mean, I guess they dropped down. These are probably when new shares drop, so their percentage of the total shares don't quite make it up. Generally, what you see is before you go above the 40% threshold, you build up a big stockpile, so you can buy. But this was like the longest drawn out choming we'd ever seen. I mean, we hit 40% like here, and the game goes on another 2.5 months. And we didn't even make it all the way. Territory-wise, we saw what happened with territory. Politics-wise, really not a lot of politics play. I think it was just a bit more of the influence production allowed the Atreides to sort of squeak ahead. I think if the lobby had been a bit more serious about it, they could have been denying the governorship stuff. That didn't seem like it was too pressing. Military-wise, we saw the Atreides get wiped. We saw big losses for Smugs, big losses for Smugs, big losses for... Yeah, the Smugs looked like they had trouble competing militarily at the end game. At some point, all of Corrino died before the end. That drastic drop makes me feel like they all died from like sandworm or like ran out of water or something. I didn't even see what it was that killed the whole Corrino army, but... Would have been nice if they could have contested that last cap. Ooh! They tried so hard and they got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Wise words to live by. All right, folks. Once again, Cream is the champion of his own tournament. By some strange twist of events, he managed to not get assassinated, though he was clearly assassinated. Absolute cinema. Whew. That's it. That's what we got today. Corrino really got screwed by the 20% share loss. Absolutely. It's unimaginably frustrating. Every time that you're choming, that 20% comes up and you're like, I'm built in economy, not influence. I can't stop the lobby from taking 20% of my shares away. And then, of course, it's the 20% most expensive shares. So rebuying them is a huge pain in the butt. But honestly, Corrino was left alone for so long. I feel like they should have been able to do something to push that through. They had a lot of time. They had 2 months of where they didn't lose anything really. They were able to successfully defend all their borders. They just weren't able to get enough chom in that time. I don't know if maybe they could have destroyed buildings to reduce upkeep or something. I feel like 2 months you ought to be able to climb up to it, but obviously we saw it was tough. Atreides were in an okay spot. If they had ever just won a fight against the Fremen, they might have been able to make it all the way to victory there, but they were getting bodied by that Fremen army for sure. I think they probably could have had more success transitioning to the middle, but I don't know. We looked at the middle and there were a lot of missile turrets there. Once people get bunkered in with like 4 defensive missile turrets, it's so impossibly difficult to fight into. You really need help to do it, so... Well... There it is. We can do what ifs all day. I always root for the assassination. I was rooting for the assassination too. It would have been even better if Cream died in the last possible second rather than winning in the last possible second. That's what would have been the proper cinema for us. But sometimes the bad guys win. Sometimes the bad guys win. All right, that's what we got, folks. GG. We managed about 4.5 hours. Not too bad. If we hadn't taken the 45-minute break in the middle, we would have finished in record time. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for any of the subscribes, anybody jumping in. Thanks for all the old viewers coming back around, enjoying, appreciating the Dune Spice Wars. Shout out to all of our Spice Wars homies, new and old, keeping the game alive, or at least remembering it fondly. We'll do a little bit more Spice Wars content from time to time. Tough to get games at this day and age, but they still happen. They still happen. The Spice Wars dream is still alive. And I think that's it for it today. I think that's it. Can I think of anything else to do? I don't know. We could troll through Discord to see some of the smack talk, but there's not even that much. I guess we'll call it there. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching. Shout out Joe Computer Dude. Love you too, buddy. And yeah. I want to linger because I feel like there could be more. Bro, you just got here. Well, if you just got here, Ethan, you could go back. Both of the games that we casted today were absolute bangers. So it's a great watch. So you're welcome to start from the beginning. You'll have a good time, I guarantee. And at that, we'll call it. All right, enough. Good night, goodbye, good day, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen.